Hello and welcome back. It is time to get stuck into our second day of league play in the third week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, and it is going to be a pretty spicy day. My name is DK, and of course with me got the ever lovely Spankaga. How you doing today?
I am great. I'm ready to go ahead and see who's going to qualify for Super Weekend 3. How about you, DK?
Yeah, definitely excited to see which teams will be the teams to make it through into that final Super Weekend. That is, of course, where they have their final chance to increase their standings on the overall leaderboard to move in to the finals that we'll be having over on next week. So, yeah, looking at the players that we've already had coming in from yesterday, we had a really strong showing coming in from the players of RTG, the Falcons, iKURD, Alpha Legends, Arab GSG, even the players from Fate. I mean, GUNZ, they're still up there, they're still performing, but we definitely saw a bit of a step up coming in from those teams, because we had Fate claiming that chicken dinner, we had GSG with the chicken, of course we had the players from iKURD finishing on 2, and then the team from Falcons also walking away with a chicken dinner. So definitely impressed with what we saw in yesterday's matches, but of course, again, we see some teams coming in pretty kill heavy, pretty heavy on that trigger finger. So now we're waiting to see exactly how that is going to translate into today's game, and whether or not the teams will be able to keep that consistency when they then move into the final Super Weekend.
Honestly, I'm excited to see who's at the top of the leaderboard right now for league play, because a lot of those teams that you actually went ahead and named out are some teams that need to get into this last Super Weekend if they're hoping to qualify for finals. Specifically, I mean, Flare Loyal, Fate Snipers, Arab GSG, and Fanatic Zombies, all of those teams really need to go ahead and make this, because right now, I mean, the last three that I just said, they're in the red zone right now. Right now, they're not going to qualify for finals if they don't make it into this last Super Weekend, and right now they're at the top of this league play leaderboard, so they know that it's serious. They need to get in this weekend if they're hoping to continue playing in this league.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see who decides to step up today. But one team that is looking a little bit worrying for me at the current moment is the team from Fanatic Zombies. They're sitting at the bottom of the log on the overall, and sitting at the bottom of the league play so far for this week. So that is a team that I expect to see a strong retaliation coming from today. A good show up, strong play, if they want to make it into that final Super Weekend. Well, and potentially stand a chance to progress further from there. So yeah, definitely going to be looking towards the players there from Fnatic Zombies, hoping that they make, they come back in today's games and really show us what they've got, how eager they are to make it into that final Super Weekend.
Yeah, for them it's vital right now. There, you already said it, in that last place spot. They're currently in the last place spot overall as well. I mean, 15 games can make it for them, though, if they get into the Super Weekend. Like, it's not over for them. If they are able to qualify and are able to just do it, pull it out of themselves in this last 15 games, they could make it. And let's actually take a look at our overall standings as of right now. You can see that currently RTG Esports in that first place spot. We already said it, with 59 total points. No chicken dinner, but actually they're so consistent with gaining some placement points otherwise. And then FalconsEsport in second spot with that one chicken with 50 total points. iKURD in third with 47. Alpha Legends in fourth with 47. It looks like GSG in fifth with 44, GUNZ in sixth with 42 as well. Fate Esports with 39, actually tied with Galaxy Racer as well with 39 in that eighth place spot. And Fate Esports, GSG, iKURD Esports, and Falcons Esports all were able to grab chicken dinners. iKURD actually grabbing 2 of them.
Yeah, some really, really strong plays that we saw in yesterday's game. So as we're getting ready now to move into that second half of the overall standings, definitely they will be seeing the teams that we were speaking about just now. Some of the teams that need to step up their performance in today's games to make it into that final Super Weekend. And of course, as you can see, we've got the players from the Snipers over in 9th place on 28 points. We've got the SCYTES in 10th on 25. We have YaLLa then in 11th place, also sitting on 25 points. We've got the players from HOTLINE Esports in 12th there on 21. We got NASR in 13th on 20 points. We got RICO Infinity in 14th on 18 points. We got Raad in 15th on 17. And then, of course, we've got the players from SUDOR Esports sitting in 16th place with 15 points. And we don't see any chickens on this page. So, you know, we've seen it before coming in the past league play days where we did have some of the teams that were able to bring in chicken dinners, finding themselves a little bit lower down on the overall standings. And also now having a quick look at that last page, we got the players there from Real Tiger 9 in 17th with 13. We got Flare Loyal in 18th with 12. And then, of course, the Fanatic Zombies, as I mentioned, sitting in 19th place on 11 points. So, especially Real Tiger 9, Flare Loyal, as well as the players from Fanatic Zombies, they're going to have to bring their A game in today's matches. They're going to have to bring everything they've got in their arsenal to acquire those additional points to move back up into that super weekend once again. And of course, here you can see just a bit of a difference that we have with regards to the points as a team find themselves just scattered throughout the board here. And of course, as you can see, we got the players there from HOTLINE sitting on 21, NASR on 20, we got RICO Infinity on 18 points, Raad on 17, we got SUDOR on 15, Real Tiger 9 on 13, then of course, Flare Loyal in 12. And of course, the players from Fanatic Zombies right down over there on 11th point. So definitely a good indication showing where the teams need to try and push for. And of course, just give us a bit of an estimate as to what exactly will be required from these teams to make it into that third and final super weekend.
Yeah, they had those points at the very top of it saying this is exactly how many they need to go on ahead and catch up to the person in that 16th place to qualify. That's how many points that these teams are obviously aiming for, and more is obviously better, you know, give themselves a little padding, because I mean right now, I mean, getting a good placements in the league play weeks aren't as important as just getting into the top 16. That is the goal, just top 16, top 16. Just say that over and over again to try and qualify for that super weekend. Let's actually take a look at RTG, currently in first place in their performance. Yes, as of yesterday. We can see Sanhok actually with 928 damage, 5.5 average kills. That map not as strong as their Erangel map actually. It looks like 1724 average damage and 8 kills, 2435 average alive time, survival time as well. And I mean, today, as we know, there's actually more Erangel games than Sanhok games. So will RTG just continue to go on ahead and roll this lobby as of this week?
Well, they definitely have that opportunity there. I mean, as you mentioned, today is going to be an Erangel heavy day, so only 2 Sanhok maps coming in. So definitely it will give the teams that opportunity to prove themselves. They are moving on to a more of a home ground play. You know, Erangel is the map that the teams know the best. We've seen them be at their most comfortable on that map, because they've been playing it for so long. So definitely looking to see how the teams are going to be performing, especially on Erangel. And then of course they've got the 2 Sanhok maps there to make up for anything that they could have potentially missed out on the previous 2 Erangel games. So yeah, I definitely think today is going to be a very, very interesting day. And I also think it's going to be a very tough day, as these teams have such a big amount of pressure on their shoulders. If they want to make it up into Super Weekend, they know what they got to do. They got to bring that A game. They got to bring that boss level play. And I'm so excited to see which teams will be the ones to step it up and bring that next level play in today's matches.
I'm excited to see if it's super apparent in the last few games today. I mean, as we know, there's 5 games for us to watch, but each of these teams only have 4 games to go on ahead and try and gain that enough points to qualify. And I mean, it's coming down to the last 4 games. Like, they need to go on ahead and potentially change up some sort of strategy to go on ahead and do so. Will there be more desperate plays or more aggressive plays? Items like that, I'm going to be specifically looking out for that.
I mean, so of course we're going to be jumping quickly up into the stats there for the players from the iKURD. We currently have them sitting up in 3rd place, so we also keeping a very watchful eye on them to see exactly what they're going to be performing, whether or not they'll be able to maintain the momentum seeing coming in there from them. And of course, here we have a nice bit of a split in between the previous weeks and of course what we see so far in this final week. So definitely looking to see how those stats will then translate. As we know, iKURD is a team very capable of handling themselves. I mean, Yesterday, they didn't have the most aggressive day, but they had a really strong day with regards to placement points. They were able to acquire 31 placement points yesterday, but only 16 kills. So definitely hoping to see them get a little bit more aggressive on the kill side, because we know they are pretty consistent with regards to placement. So really hoping to see that kind of work out in their favor as they progress through today's games. And as we've mentioned, you know, it is going to be Erangel, and as we saw on the stats, you know, some of the teams just have a much better showing, especially on Erangel. They do have that kind of map that they do favor, that also kind of lends itself to their particular playstyle. So it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly how these teams are going to manage themselves in today's games, how they're going to try and play to their own strengths to try and outwit, outlast, and out-survive their opponents.
I'm actually excited that iKURD currently is in 3rd place overall, because as we know from our previous league play weeks, they were in 16th place, 15th place, now 3rd place. I'm excited to see them up on top of the board because they've been doing well, but not amazing. So let's actually go and jump onto a different team's stats as well. Another one that we want to point out. See here, it's FalconsEsport. I mean, they were absolutely huge early on in this league. I mean, coming in on the first super weekend in 1st place, unfortunately not making it in the 2nd one. I mean, those stats there, it looks like we saw it, right? They did super well and unfortunately didn't make it this last time. So they averaged 10 points the first league play week. The 2nd time, they only averaged about 3. So right now they're averaging about 6 points every game so far. A little bit more placement point heavy, but it looks like they're bringing it back. They realize how important it is to get into this next super weekend to be able to qualify, because we saw them steadily go down and down and down that board as the 15 games kept being completed. 15 games are a lot.
Yeah, the 15 games definitely is quite a bit for these teams to play, and you know, it also gives you that opportunity to try and get that momentum going. It's a bit of a change coming in from the league play, where we only have 8 matches for the teams to participate in, then jumping up into those 15 that we have then in Super Weekend. We already see a little bit of a change in between how the teams perform in the Super Weekend and also then how the teams perform in the league play. So what we've been able to establish so far is if a team is super aggressive in the league play, let's take for instance the players from Alpha, alright, which we're going to be having a look at the stats now here as well. Alright, again, for them, Erangel is the map on which they tend to get super aggressive. You can see all the damage they bring in there, 2288, and then of course an average of about 11 kills. Sanhok, on the other hand, not one of their strongest maps, so especially today with the maps being Erangel heavy, it's going to really lend itself to their advantage, and they have this opportunity now to prove themselves, to give that final bit of gameplay. But as I was mentioned, of course, we see the teams play a specific way when it is league play, and then when they progress up in towards the Super Weekend, sometimes they have a little bit of a, oh, that was a beautiful nade. Wow, Chaos, the beast. I mean, sorry, that was amazing. That is just such an on-point nade. I mean, even the sprays here from Captain as well, it just looks phenomenal. And I mean, I'm excited to see what Alpha is going to be doing today. Well, I'm getting sidetracked, but like I mentioned, we've got the teams playing a specific way in League. And then as they move on towards that Super Weekend, sometimes they struggle to come back from that. And of course, we've got the players from Arab GSG as well. All right, one of the teams that we have, we're going to be looking at to see how they are going to be performing in today's games. They're currently sitting in 5th place overall. And here again, we've just got a bit of a breakdown to look at what their stats are, what it is that we could potentially be expecting from them as they go through today's games, through today's matches. I mean, a really strong average that they've got across the board. But I'm going to be interested to see exactly how that will translate into today's game and whether or not things will work out for them. Because last week we didn't qualify for the Super Weekend. So they've already only had one actual opportunity to step in, acquire some points. Now they definitely need to come back in and give that play once again. So far, you know, 5th place, really good position to be in. But really hoping that they can kind of keep yesterday's momentum going, because they had a chicken dinner yesterday. Hopefully they'll bring it in once again today.
Yeah, another thing that I'd like to actually point out that I think is interesting is all those teams that we looked at so far, they really almost have the same amount of average points that they've been gaining. I mean, the average points for GSG is 6, Alpha Legends is 6, iKURD is 6. Like, all of them have about the same average points for both kill points, placement points, and that average overall. But obviously, they're just still separated. A lot of them are so close, and it really comes down to how consistent or inconsistent some of these teams are. Like for Falcons, for example, they're in second place. They got a chicken dinner, but otherwise they aren't super strong getting a consistent placement otherwise. They can't go ahead, get a little bit higher up, not necessarily needing to win, but still getting a few points up at the top parts of the leaderboard inside of a game. So that's where I'm interested to see Falcons will be able to continue to grab some placement points as they continue to go. They can't go on ahead and just get one. I mean, right now they're okay in that second place spot. I believe they're going to go on ahead and get into the Super Weekend, but it's just small things like that you're consistent in qualifying, but really when we get to that finals or even the Super Weekend, you really have to be consistent all around in every single game.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, I mean, league play is to a sense where they can try and kind of figure out exactly how they want to try and attempt their play over on that Super if they manage to find their way on through. But of course, sometimes by a bit, other times we see a nice consistent flow coming in from there. So definitely going to be interesting to see how the teams are going to handle themselves today. And I've said this before, but of course, just a bit of a breakdown in our first match that we're going to be heading into today. Of course, we'll be seeing the players from Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D coming in. All right, so the players from Group E in the first match. Second match up, which is of course going to be over on towards the Sanhok map. There we won't see the players from Group D, as we then move into the third one, Group C. In the fourth one, Group B, and then finally in our final match of the day, the players from Group A will not be participating in that match. So that, of course, gives the players a nice bit of a balance. So they had their 4 matches yesterday, 4 matches again today. And once we're done, we'll know who's going to be moving on and who will then be provided with the opportunity to show themselves once again, bring in those placement points, bring in those kill points, and of course rake in the overall standings, push themselves up. So definitely a lot of pressure on the shoulders for the teams here today. And man, I am so excited to get into this first match. Exactly they have in store for us.
I'm excited as well. You know, I already went on ahead and talked about it. Like, they know that these are the last 4 games for each of these teams. They know that they need to go on ahead and qualify that for that Super Weekend. So I'm interested to see if anybody's gameplay is really going to change. I mean, I have a feeling that overall, no, it's not going to change. You know, people are comfortable with their gameplay. They want to go on ahead and commit to that. That's what they're comfortable with. That's where they can go on ahead and shine. But there are some teams that are in dire need of potentially shaking something up and changing something to go and actually gain the points that they need to qualify. Especially because, I mean, right now, honestly, the leaderboard is very close towards that bottom half. Like, they need to go on ahead and have a huge game to even put themselves higher up, to not be worried for all 4 of their games, basically.
But I mean, there's definitely that possibility that we could see teams really deciding to step it up today. I mean, even if we look back at the past Super Weekend that we had, I mean, day 3, we had some phenomenal performances coming in from SUDOR and the players from RICO Infinity. They just came out of nowhere. On the second day of Super Weekend, yeah, they weren't sitting in the most ideal position, but on that third day, they just busted the door open and said, you know, hey, hang on, here we are. We're going to show you what we've got. We're going to show you what we can do. So, I mean, if teams can do that on Super Weekend, I'm pretty sure they can do exactly the same when we head into, you know, the last day of league play, because that is what it is. This is the last day. There's no more league play after today. It's done. That is it. It's the final show, the final chance. And whatever you don't get accomplished today, what it is, you know, there's no takesy backsies on that one. You kind of stuck with that one. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what the teams are going to be doing. So is there any particular team that you are going to be keeping an eye on going into today's games?
I'm specifically going to be looking at the people at the bottom of the main play leaderboard, if you know what I mean. So all those teams that are really just on the edge that need to qualify for the last Super Weekend to actually have a chance to make it in the final. So Fanatic Zombies, GSG, Snipers, Fate, Flare, Loyal, Rod, those few teams, I'm keeping an eye on them. They need to qualify into this last Super Weekend if they even have a chance. If they don't, then it's already immediately over for them.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about this in the break. If you look at the overall standings, there's teams that we have, for instance, GUNZ, and let's take the players from SUDOR and RICO Infinity, right? Those are the top 3 teams with points. I mean, GUNZ, they're pretty far ahead of the pack with regards to points, all right? So if they don't make it into Super Weekend, it's not going to be the end of the world for them, per se, right? They'll still be able to move through. I'm pretty sure of that, right?
Yeah.
But the teams, as you've mentioned, sitting at in that relegation spot, I mean, we've seen what Galaxy Racer was able to do in their first Super Weekend. I mean, just absolutely busting in there, just raking in points left, right, and center, and of course, finishing off exceptionally well. So if that is possible in one Super Weekend, I mean, that is possible for many of the teams that still need to try and improve those points. So a lot of work needs to come in today. They need to make sure that they make it into that Super Weekend. And then, of course, I'm so excited to see just what they're going to be doing once they make it into that Super Weekend. Who's going to be the team to just amaze us with their performances. But, of course, today it is now time to jump into our first match, which will be taking us over on towards Erangel. As you can see, we are now coming in from that southwestern side. And, man, Span, I'm pretty excited. I know I've said it like 20 million times already, but I'm probably going to say it 20 million times more today.
I mean, same, so I do not blame you whatsoever. I mean, it's just, we know that these games are so important. All these teams, honestly, the best outcome for the majority of these teams is if the top 3 overall for Super Weekends don't make it into the Super Weekend, but as we know, those teams are so consistent that it's probably not possible. So everybody really needs to go ahead and play their best to have a chance of it. They're going to go up against a few of those top teams there, but really their main focus is really just to beat the people directly above and below them.
Yeah, I mean, that is essentially what you want to try and accomplish, but also then the big brain play would be not only just to focus on the people above and below you, but the teams slightly a bit further up, because if you're able to take out one of the teams sitting, you know, quite some ways away above you, you already have quite a bit of control on those standings to a certain degree.
Exactly. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of the teams on the lower side of the overall leaderboard are just hoping that those teams don't even qualify for this last Super Weekend. I mean, that's the strategy, really. Like I said, the most fair is really the top 3 teams not qualify and everybody else kind of duke it out. But everybody, they're so far gone that everybody's just hoping that the people above them are the ones that don't make it, so that they can go ahead and jump over them, have those 15-game advantage, and just gain as many points. And I mean, I went ahead and named off a few that I was keeping an eye on, that they're definitely at the bottom of the leaderboard, but even a few teams above them should be a bit worried too, because I mean, we even pointed out Galaxy Racers. They did amazing in the one Super Weekend that they were able to make, but honestly, if they don't make this next one as well, I don't know if that's a safe territory for them to be in. I think they need to get in this last one as well. So honestly, a lot of these teams need to go ahead and make it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't rely on the hope that what you've done in the past games will be enough to secure your position. So you definitely need to try and step up, need to bring that play, need to bring those performances to make yourself all the way through and towards that. But of course, I mean, here we go, moving straight on in. As you can see, the players from RTG already starting to explore a little bit. I'm definitely interested to see where the teams are going to be going, especially with that zone sitting over towards the western side. I mean, we've got so many teams positioned over on the east. So I'm keen to see whether or not we're going to be having any of those earlier rotations come, potentially trying to set themselves up within the zone already.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these teams even just drive on over to get a spot inside this first zone immediately, but first of all, everybody's super far away. They're just going to have to know that they're going to just have to wait to loot on up before they really start making a move, but it does seem like other teams might go first. If they already didn't have too much of a solidified location to play out of, they might just make their way all the way inside of the western side.
So any particular rotations you are looking to see from these teams? Because I mean, we've now seen them go about this so many times, time and time and time again. I mean, you can see here that Flare Loyal, they've pretty much figured out that Bandar is downstairs. Flare Gun keeping a very watchful eye over on towards Bandar. Heard the movement, or saw the movement rather, when he came crashing in. But is there any particular rotations that you would like to see today coming in from any particular team?
Nothing in particular. I mean, everybody at this point, they have their formula. We haven't seen too many collisions when it came to rotations, so I do think everybody in this situation at this point should be safe on the rotation. So I guess what I'm interested in seeing even more, maybe expecting, or not expecting really in this case, is anybody who would go ahead and change up the rotations to potentially run into people. Because everybody so far has really been successful in being able to make it into the first phase, the first zone, even when it's a very difficult shift away, like the one that is now. So far over to the west, everybody on the eastern side kind of have to figure out how to make that rotation up there. But all of them have been very successful in doing so. So, yeah, I guess seeing if anybody goes on ahead and comes close to crashing into somebody else could potentially be something I'd be looking out for. But as of right now, I mean, I don't expect it to happen.
Oh, well, let's see that. The players keep a watchful eye on the teams, and we wait to see that aggression between Flare Gun and Bandar. Oh, Bandar finding a beautiful head right there. I mean, Flare Gun didn't even have enough time to signal for anything, and that was just an instant knock and thirst. Beautiful confirm on that one. But now, as we look over in towards South George, we can see the players here from the Falcons making their way on through, just going about their business. But of course, HOTLINE positioned over in towards Hospital. So things could get interesting, as we saw there's a third team just a little bit further south of Hospital as well. So definitely looking to see how these teams are going to try and rotate up and which compounds they're going to try and secure. Because once they are in, it's going to be so difficult to actually get them out, especially if the zone tends to favor where that compound has, if the zone favors the compound. But now if we look a little bit further down in towards the south, over in towards Primorsk, we see the players here from Real Tiger 9 just making their way on through, grabbing their loot, getting themselves ready before they start rotating up in towards those later phases. Fanatic Zombies, of course, also just making their way through. Oh, this is the team that we had just a little bit further south there of Hospital. There we go. So definitely an interesting spot for them to be in. I'm curious to see how they're going to rotate, if they go north or they're just going to maybe play that coastline.
As long as they're just inside the zone, maybe they'll decide to be happy for now. You know, it's kind of like a balance game. Do you want to go ahead and try and find something further in zone, or is it too late? Do you think everybody already made the rotation in front of you? If it's too late, are you happy playing on the edge, waiting for the next zone to pop? If if you're unsure, sometimes the safest thing to do is to wait for that zone to shift. And from that point, if it is some sort of a hard shift, you can go ahead and be in with a bunch of other people just trying to send it towards the new zone. So if it's questionable, I wouldn't be surprised if they just stay there for now.
Oh, well, we'll definitely see where they choose to go. But I mean, this first initial phase is always so interesting, especially with these teams, just to watch them, watch how they go about their business, how their brains work to a certain degree. We can figure out a few things just from sitting here observing these teams and how they make their way about. But I mean, sometimes that zone is just so unpredictable. So no matter how well you plan your rotation, phase to phase, compound to compound, that zone is still somehow manages to throw an absolute curveball and just disrupt one of, you know, like a beautifully executed plan. And we can, of course, now see the players there from Galaxy Racer rotating up ahead of the players here from HOTLINE. So a lot of rotations now finding their way on in as the teams are trying to secure themselves in this phase. The blue zone almost closed in. Then we'll see where the second phase is going to be taking us. And I mean, it is going to be... I think this, every single match from this point onwards, it's just going to be nail-biting tension.
Definitely. Oh my goodness, definitely. I mean, every single one, honestly. I feel like the last game especially is going to be a huge nail-biter, especially because it comes down to if anybody from Group A isn't super secured in their location and they're really close to that cutoff point. I mean, they're probably just going to be watching the last game, biting their own nails as well. Like, do we have enough points to make sure that everybody else isn't going to go ahead and jump over us? So I think especially as the games go on and teams slowly start not having any more games left to play, it's going to be a lot of tension. But zone shifts and it looks like, wow, actually I think this could potentially go on ahead and pull over to either that field or even Everest.
I mean, there's there's three points of interest for me in this zone. All right. In between the Fanatic Zombies and Galaxy Racer, that open field that you've pointed out. All right. Everest itself. And then, of course, my all-time favorite, Chopsticks. You know, that is... all three of those points are in play. But, of course, we also have the headshot hills. That's also in play. So, definitely going to be looking to see how the teams are going to anticipate this next zone shift. Because either way this one swings, it is going to be absolutely crazy. I can tell you that. 15 teams, 58 players. I mean, this is home territory fighting for all these teams. We've seen them. Oh, come on. You can do it. Come on, NASR. Come on, NASR. Oh, Sadat just managing to get ahead of those shots. But I am so keen to see where these teams are going to go and who's going to clap who. I mean, like... yeah. I legit can't wait. This is going to be... This to me is so far my favorite day. I know we're only 10 minutes in, but I am
it's your favorite now.
I'm already loving it. I feel like a kid before Christmas, you know? Like I'm super amped. I can't wait to see what they're gonna do.
I mean, even actually, I think we mentioned the second week I started mentioning, you know, have the flame ignite inside some of these teams. They didn't make it in the first Super Weekend, so they wanted to make it into the second. I mean, really, I feel like it's that flame ×2 at this point. All the teams needing to go and make it into the last Super Weekend, because other than that, there's no more chances. It's over at that point. If they don't make it now, they're not going to make it for the rest of this league. So, yeah, I mean, the flame ×2, they need to go on ahead and get ready, get ignited, get started. And it looks like it's starting off with a little bit of a crash from Rod onto Galaxy Racer.
Oh, come on, Galaxy Racer. Show us what you've got. We've seen insane plays from them. We know they are capable of it. And, of course, Ultron showing off a little bit, finding that knock in towards Munir. So a nice quick exchange right there. The rest of the Raad team, of course, holding up in towards the hospital. But a lot of teams now starting to move in and around, you know, this hospital, Everest, open field region. So we're going to be seeing these plays start coming through from them. This is really going to challenge them, because this is not an easy terrain to be fighting in. And of course already the sites and the players from Fate going head to head, toe to toe. Phobia not being scared of anything. The rest of the lobby needs to be scared of Phobia. But either way, Phobia gets knocked out. Razur now starting to push on in. Ragnarok trying to get that hit. Finds the one in towards Razur. Now everything riding on a Reef and Ragnarok. Some R&R time coming in here for the side of Fate. Looking to see what the sites are going to be doing. Because we got Ghost, we got Abu, and then of course Phobia. So it is a fair, balanced fight. A 2v2, one player knocked either side. Now we look to see what they're going to be able to do with their current situation. Will they be able to make a decent and strong comeback from this? Or will Fate get the better of them? Not the team Fate, but Fate in general, of course, now. That zone, as you can see on the map as well, moving a little bit further on towards the western side. So it's heading towards that field. So the first teams that could potentially move in and try and secure a position, they might be fairly well sorted for the coming few zones. But man, it is going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, this fight right there, that's really important between SCYTES and Fate. Honestly, whoever wins that is going to have a nice spot inside zone. And even over here, we can see the replay. Looks like FalconsEsport is able to catch some of the RTG members by surprise. But yeah, this right here, the fight, SCYTES fight, whoever wins that, they're just on the edge of zone. They're going to be very happy with that because this zone now is half water, half land. So a lot of spots are going to be taken or really difficult to go on ahead and play out of. And really only one team can be playing out of that swamp. And as of right now, it looks like there's 3 up for Fate and 2 up for SCYTES. And maybe SCYTES are just going to try and make a rotation away.
Yep, it might be 50% water, 50% land, but it is 100% jam-packed. As you can see, everybody now just trying to get a spot, get an angle on this half a zone that we've got. You can see the players there from GUNZ also now feeling a little bit of pressure. We've got the players here from the Fanatic Zombies. Banana sending out a few of those smokes now, just trying to smoke up the vehicle to make a play from that angle. Of course, jumping over towards the Falcons. You can see them taking occupation of the compound. Just up ahead of them, we've got the players there from HOTLINE, but now the Fanatic Zombies with the 2-2 split coming in. We've got Chills and Banana just south of the Falcons here. And then, of course, the rest of the squad position just over towards the eastern side. So it is a pretty good kind of a pincer maneuver that they are trying out. But of course, ideally, we'd like to see them move in and apply the pressure onto the side of the players from Falcons. Because Fanatic Zombies, they're one of those teams that need the points. They need those plays. Already sitting so far on only 1 kill. They need now to try and take any and every opportunity at their disposal.
Well, luckily, it looks like they're able to get the res onto Chills as well. So I'm glad that they're deciding not to stay in that 2-2 split anymore. Up on top of those hills down below to the southwest of them were super dangerous. So just pull back, be a little bit safer inside of this compound. Because, I mean, as we know, this should come off of water sooner rather than later. But I mean, even as we know, last time we were casting DK, the first game went straight into the water. So will the game go on ahead and break itself again is kind of what I'm wondering. I have a feeling it's going to pull back to mainland. And I mean, if that happens, Fanatic Zombies are going to be really happy.
Don't even start. Don't even start. I mean, like if it's a 2-for-2, I don't know. I'm gonna have to have a talking to you. But at least it doesn't look like the zone is gonna be doing that just yet. So you are saved by the zone. Well done, well done. Again, a half and a half zone. It has just now moved down in towards the south, and of course the players here from Flair Loyal, alongside the team from YaLLa, who's of course held up over in towards hospital. So definitely gonna be looking at how YaLLa is gonna try and make out of this. Already got the first player out of the hospital compound. But it is a tricky one to get out of. You have that fence up and there's only kind of one way really in and out of that. So I don't think it's going to be too big of a problem, but it could sometimes be, of course, depending on your vehicle skills. But I mean, here we now see again the players from Fanatic Zombies and the Falcons. Both these teams positioned fairly well, and they're very eager to strike any hit that they can to any passing team. And of course now, this is where we wait to see what is going to happen, as that zone is just in front of Fate and Fanatic, or Falcons rather, and Fanatic. So not a lot of ground to cover. But there is still a few teams a little bit further up north, and if they play this well, Falcons and Fnatic can really cause quite a bit of damage right here.
Yeah, honestly, they're in a pretty good position to be holding out everybody else that's trying to make some sort of rotation from the northern side of this zone, but still, they're not inside zone themselves. So maybe if they hold them out, they honestly have to, because otherwise their next rotation in is going to be very difficult. So they need to catch those rotating teams out and eventually each other out. They're very close to each other, and it looks like, woo, some of those teams are fighting up there by themselves.
I mean, I said it was gonna be hot, but it is gonna be a hot. It's no joke. I mean, just looking at where everyone's positioned, we got NASR still all the way up in the north. They still need to get back up in towards that zone. So far, if we look towards kill points, I mean, Fate, they're kind of leading the pack, sitting on 4 already. Galaxy Racer and Fanatic Zombies sitting on 2 apiece. So it is looking like it's quite the challenging map, but now we see the players here from the Snipers and Real Tiger 9 side by side. Got a bit of an exchange coming in with those Utils, and of course the knocks either side. One confirm on the side for Real Tiger 9 though, So they are only a 3-man team pushing onto the 4-man side of the snipers. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge. We wait now to see whether or not they'll be able to get those shots. But as we saw in our last visit where we was watching the players here from Real Tiger 9, Ramp, he can handle himself, but now they ride alongside snipers. There's no water in play this time. They need to step up and, you know, like show that bit of aggression, but snipers come out. Oh, making it so difficult. And unfortunately, Real Tiger 9, their other player, Mr. Eagle, he went straight back into the drink in anticipation of that zone.
Wow. I mean, whoever wins that fight, they're going to be very happy. And the carnage on the northern side continues. I mean, it was a hard shift down to the southern side, half water, half land. So I'm not surprised that this fight is actually happening. And unfortunately, it looks like Fanatic Zombies, you know, the team that we've been trying to keep an eye out on, is in fact going to be taken out by FalconsEsport. They're directly next to each other, so it was only a matter of time before that really started popping up and happening. Speaking of popping, it looks like our zone is going to shift again, and it's completely out in the open. It went to the coast. There's no hard cover over there.
I mean, no surprise. No surprise to see such a challenging zone coming in, and these teams now really having to prove themselves. We saw Thanos there just for a quick brief second up in the north, not too far away from the YaLLa team, but he is of course just holding up in the water, trying to stay around. But now Marco steps out, finds a beautiful shot in towards Reeve. Ragnarok also down in the drink. A lot of these teams anticipating that zone to shift into the water once again. I can't really blame them because that is what we had on our first visit on that Super Weekend, the past Super Weekend. But definitely looking to see how the teams are going to try and secure themselves within the zone, especially looking at where it is. If you're not able to get in, get a secure anchor point and have a strong position, it's going to be an absolute bloodfest when the rest of the squads start closing in on the zone.
And it looks like Sniper, honestly, whoever gets in here first is probably going to be set up really nicely. So Sniper is already going on ahead, grabbing that really small ridge down by the water. They're going to be set for a while. Anybody else who comes and crashes on them might be in for a little bit of a fight for their life. But meanwhile, everybody more on the main lane are going to continue to be getting into a fight, including, I mean, Fate. Some nice shots coming in from him, actually getting a bunch of knocks on the teams in front of him. I mean, he needs to be doing this to clear his way inside this zone. And unfortunately, it looks like somebody else entirely is going to get the knock out of him.
I mean, a really strong showing coming in there from Fate, but even yesterday they played exceptionally well already. So no surprise to see that continuation come in from them. The players from Snipers as well. Yesterday they finished up in 7th overall on 45 points. They were able to find 11 kills so far already. Today they're sitting on 3, so not too far away from yesterday's performance. But of course they're going to look to improve that as they make their way on through. Ragnarok now just trying to pick up the shots under that boat. Trying to get those hits, picks up a quick one on towards Citizen X. But of course, Ragnar is the last hopeful for his team. We're not going to see him get all the way over towards Lathe. Lathe is just too far away. But already the team's now fighting on the side of this compound. As you can see, the players here from GUNZ and Galaxy Racer going head to head. The eastern side of the zone again highly contested because there is a lot of cover here. Oh. But of course now Raouf gets caught with a nade in hand. We got Hamodi going in for the res there on Freak. So definitely things are going to be super challenging as we move forward. 8 teams remain, 18 players away now, trying to find a secure angle over towards his teammates, but the teams are still fairly spread throughout. We're waiting now to see where this next zone is going to be going, but an absolutely boss play coming in here from Freak, jumping up on the roof, figuring out that he can just look over that ridge line instead of having to sit and wait for them to make their play. But now Galaxy Racer also jumps at the opportunity. They come rushing forward. Only Max now remains up ahead. As you can see, Ultron is down and Freak. What a Freak play that was. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Just up ahead, we saw the players there from Falcons also getting just obliterated. Really tough plays. But YaLLa now trying to secure this northern beach as they make their play forward. As you can see, oh, Omar gets picked up right there. Freak, he's got something happening here today. And I'm really loving it. As you can see, just an absolutely beautiful performance from him so far.
I mean, this compound that GUNZ has, they fought for this for a reason. With this zone shift, they have the little bit of the high ground, being able to jump on top of these buildings and just shoot at everybody. Who already mentioned, this complete coastline is so out in the open, it's so clear that GUNZ are just able to jump up on the roofs and take a lot of shots at them, and already being able to pick up 7 kills, they're probably going to be able to pick up a lot more. I mean, soon they're going to have to make a move further inside the zone. Their compound isn't inside, but as of right now, they have the opportunity to take almost everybody else out who also isn't inside zone, and they're taking full advantage of it, starting with a knock on YaLLa and already spotting out snipers as well.
I mean, I would not be surprised if GUNZ steal the chicken dinner in this match. Just based on how they are positioned at the current moment in that zone. Absolutely so strong of a position they find themselves in. As you can see from GUNZ, they just sitting up on this roof, casually firing away at everyone else who's caught out in the open. So again, we see that positioning being absolutely crucial, absolutely key to the success of a team. I mean, GUNZ already sitting on 8. We got YaLLa, they're sitting on 6, but they've got only 2 remaining players. So a lot of pressure now on their shoulders as well, as they need to play. Oh, I wanted to say they need to play. Oh, what's going on? Just as I want to talk about the team, they all die. All right, so I'll leave it to you now, because otherwise everybody's gonna die.
Gonna curse it one last time. Well, there's 3 teams left, and we can see that one of them's just a solo, not even inside zone yet. That's Eagle, Fort Real, Tiger 9 now swimming on in. If he pulls up, honestly, to the snipers, he might be able to do the same thing that he just did to YaLLa Esports. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but all of them are actually proned out in a tiniest little bit of a bowl. And at this point, GUNZ had to have left their compound. So, if GUNZ don't know exactly where they are and they do pull up into the open on top of that hill, snipers could go ahead and retaliate. But as you can see here, it does look like they have a little bit of a rock and a tree to cover themselves.
Well, maybe even call themselves. We don't know. We'll find out soon enough. But in typical PUBG fashion, that zone decides to shift in between all the teams into that only piece of open land remaining, of course, right there alongside the road. We can see that the drop also now finding itself. So this is going to be a really challenging zone. This is going to really try and test these players. It's going to show us just how good their reactions are. Because if they don't react first, it's lobby.
GUNZ already reacted, bro. They tossed out some smokes to that crate. They're gonna play off of that. That's huge.
Oh. I mean, I'm pretty sure Freaks is not gonna mind some level 3 goodies to try and just secure their dominance in the zone. I mean, yeah, that too. Up comes the rest of the GUNZ team. It is a 3v3v1 to fight it out for that final chicken dinner. Eagle sends those utils over towards GUNZ, trying to find the damage into the side of them. Some beautiful bounces coming in there. But of course, in doing so, he also blows up their vehicle for them. Again, giving them that extra bit of a hard cover. But here we go. Snipers now also trying to make their play, trying to push on in. This is where things are going to be really spicy. Utils now, of course, just getting sent off back and forth, left and right. Eagle steps up, strikes into the side of the snipers, picks up a few, but gets taken down by Marco. Oh! GUNZ react to that one beautifully and ends it off, steals the chicken dinner, and does so in a beautiful fashion. What a way to kick off our first match of this final league play days. Oh man, I'm so impressed with GUNZ.
I am too. I mean, honestly, they played that perfectly, but we can go on ahead and talk about that in a little bit more detail after this very short break. Be right back, y'all.
keep running faster and faster. I don't know what we're after yet. Thinking about if I saw you acting like you don't know me at all. I'm always checking my phone and you're happy being alone. And I got you on my mind. You're always on my mind.
Hello and welcome back. We just saw our first match of today being kicked off in absolutely beautiful style. GUNZ bringing in some next level play, but of course we gotta give a big thank you to our sponsor Nimo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile, Pro League, National Cup and Campus Championships in 2021. But Span, I mean, I am so how GUNZ played this last game. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
Honestly, that fight with Galaxy Racer there in the compound was really just straight up pivotal for them. Being able to take that compound from there, everybody else had already committed to playing the coast. They just got to shoot at everybody in front of them. Nobody was really able to do any sort of damage to them. They all were trying to just prone on out or even just swim in the water. And right when the zone shifted away from them and they weren't sure quite what to do, they saw that crate and they're like, we're playing there. That is our hard cover. Let's bring all of our vehicles. And let's take a look at those match stats.
Beautiful segue as ever there, Span. Loving it, loving it. But of course, as you can see the players there from GUNZ. Oh man, just stepping it up. 11 kills and 26 total points. What a way to start the day. The snipers, of course, in second on a total of 17. 5 kills that they picked up. Real Tiger 9 in third place there with 2 kills and 12 points overall. YaLLa, of course, then in fourth, finishing off pretty strong as well. So really impressed with what we've had here. I mean, YaLLa, Real Tiger 9, both teams finishing off on 12 points apiece. HOTLINE, we saw them also then coming in on 11th over in 5th place. Fate, we had them in 6th place on 9. Falcons then in they also finished on 9 points, but over in 7th place, I believe there was Galaxy Racer, of course, finishing in 8th. But looking at our damage graph here, once again, GUNZ bringing in an exceptional amount of damage, 2102, and of course converting 11 kills from that. But YaLLa also looking exceptionally well. I mean, look at that, 986 damage, converting 6 kills from that. That still is really good numbers.
Especially because they were actually taken out pretty early on, technically, based off of the rest of it. I mean, the one solo from Real Tiger 9 was just able to pop out of the water and take them both down, and hopefully we'll see them in this highlight reel that we're about to go ahead and jump on into.
I mean, we had a nice strong start as well between the players here from the sites and Fate. I mean, some really good plays coming in from them. We had the sites, of course, finishing up in 11th place overall. They went out in 10th place in the match. And then, I mean, just head after head. This is where those positional plays were exceptionally crucial. Especially with the zone shifting so far over towards that western side.
It was just a mad dash to see who would get a good position first. And honestly, everybody who did send it to the coast first, they honestly had the right idea. I wouldn't have gone ahead and committed to the compound that GUNZ went on ahead and took, but so many people went and did that at that point it really wasn't too playable. Like, there had to have been some sort of a better way to hold other people out, but as you can see, so many little ridges and vehicles, even boats being used as cover, that a lot of people were able to make it through. And Ragnarok for Fate was able to hold off one team at least really well there, shooting them up from underneath that boat. But yeah, like I mentioned, from there everybody was just a mad dash on inside. That after GUNZ took down Galaxy Racer, they just got to sit back and honestly watch the chaos and take shots themselves.
Oh man, this is so pleasing to watch, just how the teams just handled themselves. I mean, like, I just want to sit here and watch this. This was such beautiful plays. I mean, even these nades coming in here, as Hamadi sends up a nade, and then, of course, at the same time, turns his attention to the players from the snipers who are busy rotating in. And, of course, Thanos comes in. Beautiful bounce right there on the side of YaLLa, snapping his finger. And of course, he snapped a little bit too hard because Eagle found that head as well. Just in case you missed it, here it is again. And of course, just stepping in. Down goes Eagle. So many beautiful shots that we had here. Those positional plays. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And of course, here are our strong performers from this match. We got a Hamodi there finishing off on 1050. Of course, sitting on 2 kills. A nice survival time there as well. Freak. Yes, being a freak once again. 7 kills, I believe that was. And then, of course, oh, sorry, Hamodi had the 2 knocks that came in there. My bad, Ragnarok coming in on 700 damage. So some really, really interesting stats that we had. And that was only the first game. Like I said to you, I'm going to say I'm excited so many times today because I am. I'm so looking forward to all 5 games here today. I mean, that was only the first one. And I'm super chuffed. You know, pretty happy. But of course, next up, we're going to be heading in towards Sanhok. So, I mean, things are going to get spicy. But let's have a look at some more stats to kind of get an idea of what we could expect in the remaining games here today. As you can see, GUNZ, of course, coming in with a 2102 damage, recovering 728 health, finishing on a grand total of 26 points and picking up 11 kills. It's not the highest, most craziest amount of kills that we've seen in a match, but it's definitely a really strong and decent way to get the day started.
I do not disagree, and I mean, we're going to see the overall stats very shortly. I mean, just an 11-point game will automatically go on ahead and launch you up at least above one other team. So definitely not a bad place to start off on, and kind of just a warm-up. They have 3 more games to go on ahead and play out of. And the rest of these teams, they should go on ahead and be ready for what's going to happen next. And let's take a look at even more stats. We have a few before we get into our next game. We have a little bit of a head-to-head between 2 teams. We can see here on the left side is the Snipers, and on the right is FalconsEsport. And just the difference in the damage, even FalconsEsport with 1710 damage, Snipers with 1158, and a bunch of other stats. Honestly, I don't remember what they mean, but we can see overall that they're kind of balanced in a way. Is that 10 kills and 7 kills for Snipers potentially, and then opposite of recovered. So both of these teams were able to honestly survive for a while and pick up some good damage, at least both of them. So
nice try. You were close. So yeah, we saw the damage right up at the top. To the right of that was, of course, the kills that we saw sitting on 5 and 7. Then moving on to the next one was the knocks that they were able to get in the previous match, which was 10 and 7 knocks. So yeah, the one below that, of course, being the headshots, and then we move into the assist as well as the health recovered. And it's a tricky one to remember. I mean, you got to understand, Arabic is not our forte per se. You know, like we're trying to remember what everything means all over the place. But yeah, definitely a bit of a change up that we've got between the players. Definitely looking forward to seeing how that is going to translate over in towards Sanhok, because as we know, Sanhok is a map that lends itself to aggression. It brings you that opportunity, or gives you that opportunity rather, to get aggressive, acquire some points that you might have missed out on Erangel, sneak in those few, and then, you know, you can get away with that when you go back in towards Erangel. So I'm really liking this change up, going Erangel, Sanhok, because I mean, whatever you missed out, like I've said, you've got that opportunity, and then once you get back to Erangel once again, you can then try and fix what went wrong in the first showing.
I mean, I kind of expect the Sanhok game. I mean, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. All the teams that are really kill point heavy, they should go on ahead and shine here. It is just a bunch of chain fighting. You would assume that the teams that are kill point heavy would go on ahead and shine on Sanhok. I do think we had some surprising results, so I'm interested to see how Sanhok is going to go again, because also a big part of it is the chain fighting, being able to make a rotation into a good location on it, because as we know, there are people absolutely everywhere, and you have to go and protect your location, so getting a good location in the first place is vital. And let's take a look at the overall standings as well before we jump on in there. At the top there, GUNZ Esports still at the top. One winner chicken dinner now with a total of 68 points. RTG Esports now bumped down to second. They have a total of 60 points now. Falcons Esports in that third spot with 59. Then iKURD with 50. Fate Esports in fifth spot with 48. Alpha Legends in sixth with 47. Then the Snipers in seventh. Galaxy Racer in eighth with 45 as well.
Yep, but then as we move on over, we see the players here from Arab GSG sitting over in 9th. We got YaLLa in 10th. We got a HOTLINE in 11th. The SCYTES in 12th place. Real Tiger 9 in 13th. We got NASR in 14th. RICO Infinity in 15th. And then, of course, the players from Ra'ad sitting in 16th place. But that is, of course, the good side of those standings. The teams that we see over here, Fanatic Zombies, SUDOR Esports, and Flare Loyal. These are the teams we're going to be expecting to step it up in today's games to bring in those points, to clear their way into that super weekend. And what's going to be interesting now is, as we move into our second match, Fate, Real Tiger 9 and the Falcons won't be playing the Sanhok map. So we see, of course, then the players from Arab GSG, RICO Infinity, Alpha Legends and SUDOR now coming in for their first match of the day to show us exactly what they can do and how many more points they can try and bring into those overall standings. Because as we've seen in past games, it's absolutely crucial to come in. I mean, what better way of doing that than starting your day off on a Sanhok map?
Some of those words I didn't quite understand, but I definitely agree. I'm interested to see. We already went ahead and talked about aggressive teams. Alpha Legends currently with the second most kills before our first game started. So I'm kind of looking forward to see if Alpha Legends is going to do well on Sanhok. Because, I mean, yesterday their map was Erangel. But since we know how aggressive they are, will they be able to continue that playstyle? Or kind of a different alternative question, did most of their kills come from Erangel from potentially long-range fights? Because Sanhok is definitely a lot of close range fighting, so I want to see if they're going to be able to go on ahead and handle that themselves. And even a few of those teams there now in that group coming on in, some of them are the teams that I've been trying to keep an eye on. They need to go on ahead and do well to qualify. I mean, so far a lot of them have been doing well, and one of them is GSG, so we have to see if they're going to be able to hold on to that spot.
Yeah, SUDOR, the players there from SUDOR also being the one of the teams that are now being in that group that is just joining us now, the players from Group D. So this is going to be their run. This is going to be their opportunity to show us what they've got, what they've been cooking since yesterday, and exactly how they're going to handle themselves in this lovely, lovely, insane CQC map, which is, of course, our lovely one there of Sanhok, the Snake Valley of sorts. Of course, also expecting to see quite a few third parties to come in, because we know that also is typical Sanhok fashion. You know, it is a third party, fourth parties, fifth party, sometimes even up to a ninth party, of course, depending on how many teams we've got in the vicinity. So expecting a few interesting plays from there, but of course we're going to be transitioning into the game pretty soon. And of course, speaking of which, here we go. And the players now getting themselves all ready and prepped to go. And of course, that the lovely Reno 5 series, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And man, Span, look at the flight path. It is over there, down in towards almost the southeastern side. But as we've known from past games, and of course Sanhok in general, the flight path doesn't really matter too much.
No, all these teams are really able to reach really far locations. I wouldn't be surprised if people do go on ahead to go to Hot Tin or Tatmuck or Cow even, be able to loot up all the way on that northern side. The main question is, where is the first zone going to go? It actually looks like it's going to pull up to that spot where the majority of these teams usually wouldn't be able to reach if this map was way bigger, but are going to be able to fly on over there, and it'll be interesting to see what is going to come out of that. But of course, first has our fight inside of boot camp. They've been fighting here for a while, and it looks like it's already starting off with a few knocks here, DK.
Yep, definitely a nice show of aggression. As you can see, the players here from Galaxy Racers going head to head with the team there from YaLLa. Ooh, Ida. Response, a quick reply coming in there from Galaxy Racer. Galaxy Racer handling themselves actually exceptionally well right here as they get the first team eliminated right off the bat. Not even breaking a sweat. They still have everyone up and going. Like Max didn't even lose a single drop of health.
I think
what's going on?
That like I think that might have been the fastest time for them to actually finish that fight. Usually I feel like YaLLa and Galaxy Racer kind of go back and forth for a while there, but that was just immediate, and that just goes to show how different drops, different loot can go ahead and change everything completely. But another close range fight is already happening here. Rod starting it off with a knock onto Osama here from GSG.
Yep. Oh, again, loving the aggressive start that we see right out the gate. And of course, this is an important match for GSG, as you know, we're looking to see how many points they'll be able to secure in today's games and whether or not they'll be able to secure their slot once again for the Super Weekend. Currently sitting in 10th place, so they do have a pretty good chance of doing exactly that. But of course, now we wait to see just how much further it is that they can go. And if you didn't see that quick squad wipe coming in from the Galaxy Racer, here it is again. Just look at them go. Just rushing in. I mean, this looks like it was cut scene by scene, but it wasn't. That was almost just exactly the way it went onto the side of YaLLa.
I think Oase got at least 3 of them there. I think I kept seeing his name pop up in the feed. That's insane, isn't he? He's also the IGL from what I've gathered from chat, so him being able to go ahead and also be a good fragger for his team, that was definitely really well played by them in that situation.
Yeah, definitely some good maneuvers that we had right there. And speaking of maneuvers, we got Bayat here for Arab GSG. Keeping a very watchful ear open for Munir that we can see there on the opposite side. But I'm curious to find out where Rex and their teammate is. You know, because GSG, they're fairly split up at the moment. But of course, we'll be keeping an eye on that kill feed as we see now the snipers. Oh, just bouncing onto the side of RICO Infinity. Marco coming up with a beautiful play. They finished strong in the previous match, the snipers. So definitely looking to see how they're going to be handling themselves in this match that we have now over here on Sanhok.
Looks like they're starting it off right so far. We can see 2 different fights that are now popping off here. Snipers still continuing to push into the compound. Meanwhile, the GSG and Odd fight still continuing by it. I mean, it looks like they don't want to go on ahead and just haphazardly start pushing in, but honestly, if they want to find the last kill, they need to start clearing together as a team. And oh, and it looks like it worked.
Oh, yeah, a beautiful, a beautiful angle play there by Munir. Comes in and, you know, just having played this map so many times, kind of figured out where the opponent could be hiding. So I like that setup that we had with Munir, keeping that watchful eye just on that little sliver of an opening. And then, of course, when we saw, you know, Arab GSG stepping into that one, finding it. But Arab GSG not out just yet. They're not out just yet. That was only one of the players. I think they've got about 2 more remaining spread out across the map. But now you can see the players there from Galaxy Races celebrating their beautiful wipe that they got onto the side there of YaLLa. But iKURD just sitting there lurking. We got the Rawan and Helm End keeping a very watchful eye on the boot camp down below. But of course, S-Rod also there. I liking this positioning that we have here from iKURD. 2 on the roof, 1 to the west, 1 on the hill, just to make sure that they don't get caught by surprise.
iKURD, if they go on ahead and start sweeping this, that's going to be huge for them. I mean, we've seen people in boot camp actually be kind of trapped there from iKURD's position, so I'm kind of curious to see if it's going to happen again. But we already know that the rotation out of boot camp, they want to go north. This zone is so far up to the northwestern side that honestly iKURD might just need to push them first if they're hoping to get in front of them, potentially maybe go over onto that coast and get up above boot camp and hold them out. But right now it looks like they're just patiently waiting, and NASR spotted them out and they're starting to exchange shots here. And actually Rawan gets a knock on a miracle.
Well, I can't say that's a miracle, but it's still a good shot nonetheless. But now, of course, you can see NASR moving in, securing that position quickly. We've got Nabor now just on the offside there. And we've got Chico and Co now. Batika, of course, pulling off that res on towards Miracle. nice play that they've got just on the opposite end of the ridge there, taking up a decent angle. But of course now Nabol gets spotted out. The shots come flying in. Quick disengagement from that position. But iKURD also, again, looking pretty confident right here. Not disengaging just yet, just hanging around because they know if they stay there, they still have that vantage point. They can still leverage that to find a few shots on the teams down below. But now we see, of course, the players here from the Fanatic Zombies starting to push closer and closer, trying to inch their way up on towards the players here from Ra'ad. You can see Delhab, Sadat, and Munir now just making their way on through. Desha also just trying to scout things out a little bit further over towards that eastern side, trying to check whether or not that road is clear to try and cross the waterway. But this is going to be an interesting phase, especially with it being inclusive of this whole trifecta region. I mean, we've seen it be absolutely chaotic in past matches, and of course, I'm expecting it to be chaotic once again in this one.
I do not doubt it, and it looks like the fight between the Fanatics and Ra'ad has started. A little bit of a trade actually coming through. Fanatic Zombies, they need to go on and have a good game because, as we know, last time they were taken out pretty early, and that's one of the teams that are right now sitting at that bottom point. They need to have a good game, and unfortunately, it looks like boot rate is downed. So Chill's immediately going for the res. Hopefully, Ra'ad isn't going to make an aggressive push towards them. Maybe just rotate away. Maybe they'll prioritize zone a bit more, and that'll give the Fanatic Zombies a chance to continue on inside of this game.
And of course, you want to try and capitalize on every opportunity that you have. Of course, Ra'ad also not disengaging completely just yet. But now, up comes Mr. Banana there. Let's see whether or not he'll slide his way on through. Get a bit of a jump there. Munir finds a little bit of damage in towards Chills. Nothing too potent just yet. But of course, now you can see Mexico and the rest of the players here from Fanatic Zombies keeping still a very watchful eye on that rotation from Ra'ad. But of course, Ra'ad now just moving away slightly. I'm expecting them to maybe try and wrap around this eastern side. Maybe going a little bit further north. But for the time being, they're heading down south though.
Maybe they're hoping to go and hold out the team now behind them, but they got to be careful there because, as you can see, NASR, they're actually starting to pull on up. So if Fanatic Zombies are able to identify, like, oh, we don't want to go that way anymore, let's go take the bridge, they could go ahead, potentially get away from anybody around them, get up to that northern island that, as we can see, might be the way in for the majority of these teams because the zone popped up to that northeastern side. The majority of the land is actually on that big eastern island, but the small island up in that northwest could potentially be a little bit of a transportation, a little bit of a rotation way where the least amount of teams are going to be.
I can tell you either way it's going to be tough because once again, trifecta is in play, but also now it has moved a little bit closer towards the more centralized portion of the zone, and we see some interesting positions already from these teams. So definitely looking to see how they're going to try and rotate and leverage the terrain in their advantage, as that is kind of what we see happening in Sanhok, especially on this level of gameplay.
iKURD did the thing that I was wondering if they were going to do. They made that rotation over on that western coast in front of Galaxy Racer. Now they have to deal with an entire team in front of them that they have to leave out of boot camp to. I mean, they might be able to go and use that big mountain beside them up to that northeastern side of boot camp. But otherwise, I mean, iKURD is there and they're waiting. So they're going to have to be careful in that rotation. Unfortunately, they let iKURD get in front.
It's gonna be spicy. It's gonna be spicy. Alright, so let's see. Oh, the botations now coming in here once again from HOTLINE. Taking a little bit of a wide move around. Oh, they've been spotted. Everybody jumps out. When in doubt, get the heck out of there. As you can see, Rex now, he's turning up that aggression, comes rushing in, takes a little bit of a fall, but he's not phased. He is a Rex, so he's just going to keep on pushing forward. Now trying to play to this difficult angle that we see here for the players of HOTLINE. So, I mean, if Rex is able to get in there and find those shots before HOTLINE makes it to shore, that could be a beautiful play for GSG, and of course something that they are in dire need of. They need a few extra points just to try and keep being in that middle section of the leaderboard sometimes is not enough, as we've seen these freak plays come in from some of the teams.
He's being a little bit hesitant on entirely peeking. He doesn't know exactly where they are. Little do they does he know that they're still in the water, but so that's going to take a while. Meanwhile, GUNZ, it looks like they found themselves in a little bit of a harsh situation once again, but against Fanatic Zombies. No, the Zombies, Fanatics, as we know, they need to go and have a good game, and they're currently getting in a big fight versus the team that's currently in that first place position.
Ooh. Those utils now getting sent up once again. Nice explosion happening, but this is a blue zone fight, so they can't continue this fight for too much longer, as we can see Mexico now just getting picked up there by Freak. Freak, once again, second match, just going absolutely ham. We got Boot now quickly trying to secure that res in on Mexico, but of course Banana, he is not joking around. Finds the hit straight up in towards Freak, but GUNZ only coming in with a 3-man team this match. We got Rauf now trying to flank around, just trying to secure that potential angle on towards the players there from the Fanatic Zombies. You can see all their attention now being turned over towards Freak, but a little bit of an off-angle rotation there for Rauf. So I'm curious to see whether or not he's going to try and push in a little bit to cause that disruption onto the side of the Fanatic Zombies, or whether or not Fanatic Zombies will spot him out in time.
Hopefully Roof is able to catch one out. Otherwise, as we already know, Freak is going to be held at that tree, whatever hardcover he has, for a while now. It does look like two of them might be actually leaving off on the northern side, maybe to try and grab some sort of vehicle or just get into the zone in general, while the rest of the Fanatic Zombies are trying to hold out Freak. They know about where he is, but maybe losing interest now. They can't stay in the blue zone for too long, especially with the amount of meds that they have. I mean, you can see Rauf here actually has 7 first aid, so he'll be able to stay in there for a while, but definitely not an ideal situation. And speaking of not ideal situations, HOTLINE, they pulled up on that boat, and it looks like they're continued to be stuck there. I mean, GSG were able to take them out of that vehicle, and they're holding that coast so well that it looks like they weren't going to attempt to get up on land. But now it looks like Rex is leaving, and Arthur from Flair Loyal Team actually got the down and flush onto him, so that might be HOTLINE's opening to make it back onto land.
I mean, yeah, that definitely could be quite the opening that HOTLINE was looking for. But I mean, beautiful, beautiful spray coming in there from Arthur. Now, of course, the players there from GSG down to potentially only one remaining player. As you can see him now just making his way through the compounds here, trying to move on back and forth. We'll just, for lack of better term, call him Mr. F. But here we go now. Speaking of Fs, the Fanatic Zombies going head-to-head with the players here from Raad. As you can see, Sadat and Co now moving in. Oh, quick and easy play there as Sadat and his team come so aggressively down on towards the players here from the Fanatic Zombies, and Boot being the last remaining player sent back. Beautiful showing. Raad now already catapulting themselves up to 6 points so far for this match.
That was a really nice hold coming into there. I mean, you got to be so careful coming into the edge on Sanhok. You should already assume that a team's going to be there. So, I mean, it seems like they're ready for some sort of a fight, but unfortunately got found out first. And it also looks like snipers. Wow, they also decided to go for a botation. HOTLINE, they are, in fact, coming up onto that land a little bit. So that's going to force them out into the water as well. Now they're both in the same situation together. But snipers are taking a lot of blue damage during this.
Yeah, and of course, fortunately for the snipers, they are not on that fast end of the zone. They are still managing to slightly stay ahead of it. Of course, well, at least Zahid and Klabj is managing to just get ahead of that blue zone ever so slightly. But of course, those health bars are dropping. They are also now needing to find their own breath aside from the blue zone and the potential threat of the teams who we have just situated down towards the south of them. So we can see, of course, the players there from Flair Loyal and HOTLINE now just looking about. Thanos once again on a stroll, just making sure that the water is clear, warming up his fingers along, getting that snap ready. Of course, the players there from Loyal also now taking up their position just to the south of them. But now we see that zone shifting further down south So the teams now need to start thinking about how they're going to get up in towards the zone. I mean, HOTLINE, they're still partially in the water, so it is going to be a little bit of a challenge, as Thanos is the only one running around on the land here. But, I mean, the snipers, they've managed to evade the blue zone for the time being. They've got 30 seconds left on the clock before blue zone starts closing in once again. And it is going to be the 4th phase blue zone. So it's not any from here on is where the damage really starts hurting that we see come in from the blue zone. But now the players here from Alpha, you can see Captain perched on a rock, just keeping a watchful eye. Galaxy Race is still going at it. We got Oways already getting knocked on out. Max now just moving in to quickly try and pull off that race. But now Alpha not disengaging just yet, hanging around, waiting to see if anyone else could be potentially rotating in behind them. Ezra, of course, on that lovely island. MJ being forced to reload as he runs out of ammo. But, ooh, this is where positioning comes in once again. And, of course, Jody positioned phenomenally well. Finds those hits into the side of Ghost. And now I'm curious to see whether or not Alpha is going to try and send into that compound. Oh, a little bit of a back and forth on the vehicle. Actually turns out to be a little bit costly as Jody gets knocked out. But Galaxy Racer now also just jumping into the drink. Alpha Kaito holding on, trying to get up onto the race here with Jody. And I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to attempt that buggy rotation once again, as SCYTES now kind of knows where they are.
Hopefully they'll be able to grab that buggy and pull up right underneath some sort of a ridge. And interestingly enough, honestly, iKURD, they had that little island. That island is inside zone, and Galaxy Racer are going to go ahead and take it for themselves. The majority of the land otherwise are, in fact, on this right side where we can see sites, where we can see RTG. And I believe the last time that a zone went around that compound where RTG had, it was the team in that compound that won. So maybe RTG is set up for a good position once again inside of this zone. But it already looks like RICO Infinity team has kind of made it underneath them as well, and a ton more teams are coming from absolutely every direction. At this point, I think there's going to be a lot of fighting, obviously on the southern side already finishing up, and everybody on the west, they're going to have to try and run into each other before they're going to start swimming in that water.
Oh, this is once again proving to be an exceptionally challenging zone, centering up over that waterway. So they're really pushing the teams here to their absolute max, where not only do they have to fight against each other, but also against the brutal shifts we see coming in from the zone. And once again now the zone shifting up into a very compromising position for many of these teams. I mean, we still have 14 teams left, 5 phases deep, and this is going to be absolutely crazy to try and find a decent position. You can see RTG already setting themselves up in that compound in the zone, and that is a really strong point. It's going to be so hard for the rest of the teams to find a decent positioning if they don't try to deal with RTG first.
Yeah, but just like the last game that went in ahead and pulled up here was the compound team that won, everybody around them was fighting a lot, and it looks like that might be happening again. Everybody already focusing on each other, who they can hold out, and even HOTLINE slowly making a swim. You can see that RICO Infinity team is trying to hold them out, so even everybody on the western side are going to be holding each other out before they start swimming. So it's really detrimental for so many of these teams in RTG. Though honestly, RTG, the only bad thing that could potentially happen to them is that they don't get kills. Meanwhile, everybody else, they're in full fight mode.
Yeah, this is once again a pretty spicy zone, but of course now Flare Loyal NASR just positioned up on the bridge, making the final few plays for his team as he's moving about. Galaxy Racer, of course, now getting caught on the wrong side of that island as the blue zone moves up. Off they go. Quite a bit of damage coming in already, but you can see Ra'ad there. Dalhop just holding on. Oh, that nade gets sent right onto the bridge. Did it do the job? I think it did, but Zaid now, oh, turning his focus on it to the water, still trying to make the most of that blue zone play. Mr. Thanos there, positioned quite casually on his boat. El Chapo not spotting him just yet. That it could be such an easy kill. Come on, El Chapo, he's right there. Take the shot. I mean, of course, things working exceptionally well there for Thanos, being able to just evade the damage while hiding in the vehicle there. But of course now, as we move back on it to the land, we can see the players here from NASR now trying to set up their stronghold, trying to still find a way into that zone. As we can see the players there from SCYTES now quickly crashing on to the edge of the cliff line, trying to make, of course, Flame sends one down, trying to find a bit of damage. HOTLINE gets eliminated, but SCYTES, you can see Phobia is knocked because Razur keeping a watchful eye here. They're trying to inch their way up, but of course, stay as hidden as possible. Abood gets spots out there by Marshall. Down he goes, some nice plays, but of course now Flame starts to venture out a little bit further. Ghost picks him up, and down he goes now in turn. Beautiful change of aggression that we see coming in here from both RTG and the SCYTES.
But RTG, they're still having to deal with so many other teams now pushing up onto them. That's definitely the difficult part of having the center compound. Everybody from everywhere around you, different direction, could start pushing at the same time, and Flame going down there. That means it's only El Chapo and Senke left. NASR Esports, I mean, Senke has to deal with an entire team by himself, while his teammates down to the southern side have to deal with one team right now, potentially two, as we can see the other person now starting to toss in some nades as well. The zone pulling even further down to the southern side. Senke, he needs to go on ahead and win this fight between NASR, but I mean, it looks like it's a little bit more doable because it's only Batika left.
I mean, this zone is insane. 4 teams left, 7 players remaining, and of course, once again, that zone shifts down, up onto a compound. And already we see a team, the players here from RTG, managing to secure the compound. And I, again, wouldn't be surprised if they are able to pick this up. They're already sitting on 14 kills. I mean, Ra'ad sitting on 6 is still an absolutely insane performance nonetheless. But here we go now. NASR sends out Batika, trying to step up, picks up 2 knocks in the process. That, of course, being Senke and Flame. But here we go. El Chapo comes rushing in, casually strolling on by and picking up NASR in the process. But El Chapo now being the last remaining player for his team, now getting forced to make a decision, as we've got the players from SCYTES now rushing in. Oh, they pick him up so easy. Of course, no challenge, as he was so low on health. But now Ra'ad, Delharp just chilling, casually waiting. It's like, I know it's final zone. We're just going to casually try and stroll over into the zone. Interesting plays though here, the physics. Molly's into water, a bit strange. I would have expected maybe to get extinguished, but either way, fortunately for SCYTES, that is still a thing. It works, and Ghost now keeping a very watchful eye. They're waiting for Delharp to move, but Delharp, of course, now going underwater, trying to evade the damage for the time being, but he gets spotted. Oh, gets picked up, and there we go. Easy play for the... No surprise to see them pick up that chicken dinner. Beautiful positioning coming in there from them. But of course, I mean, what a spicy match once again.
Batika really changed that. Batika taking out 2 members of RTG there made RTG go on ahead and lose that game. So that just goes to show one solo could go on ahead and change the entire outcome of a game. We'll be able to take a look at specifically the points in that match after this short break.
answering my phone and you're happy being alone. And I got you on my mind. You're always on my mind.
Hello and welcome back. Oh man, Span, these matches today are looking absolutely spicy. Of course, we just came back from our Sanhok map where we saw the players there from well, SCYTES picking up the chicken dinner, Raad finishing up in that second place, and of course RTG getting sent back with a super low health there. But of course, that is not the final standings. We're waiting to see what exactly that is going to be looking like and exactly where the teams finished off in the match standings. So we know how the kind of match went, but of course we still need to have all those points being totaled up, and that makes a whole lot of perfect sense. I know, like we were just talking about the mollies burning on water, and I know what you said there about them being oil based and whatever, but of course, yeah, we're gonna be waiting to see what the teams did, how they performed in this one, what their total points are gonna be. But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing just exactly how that turned out, and of course then what we're going to be seeing once we move in towards our second Erangel.
I'm looking forward to it too. Yeah, and we did have a very scientific discussion during that very short break there. So, I mean, we'll go ahead and see how that affects everything, of course. And going into this next Erangel game, I mean, the one team that I was looking for in this match was, of course, Alpha Legends because of their aggression. And let's take a look at the match stats real fast before I continue with that. In first place for that match is RTG Esports. They did not get the chicken, but they got the third place and the 15 kills, so a total of 25 points. SCYTES in second with a total of 20 points. They're the ones that went on and had secured that win with 5 kills. Raad in third with 18 points. NASR Esports in fourth with 10. Galaxy Racer in 5th with 9, RICO Infinity Team with 6 with 8, HOTLINE with 6, and then SUDOR Esports coming in 8th with 5 total points. I mean, SCYTES, NASR Esports, that one solo being able to take out 2 of the RTG members completely changed the course of that.
Yeah, definitely changed the course of history right there. And of course, Flair Loyal coming into 9th place there on 5 points. We've got the Snipers in 10th on 4. We've got iKURD taking 11th place with 3 points. We've got GUNZ in 12th there with 2. We've got Alpha Legends in 13th with 1. Arab GSG in 14th with 1. And of course, the Fanatic Zombies finishing in 15th with 1. And YaLLa getting sent back so into that past match that they weren't able to find any points just yet. But of course, now we look over towards our total damage. As you can see, the players there from RTG going absolutely crazy with the damage, almost 2,300 damage, bringing in 15 kills from that. Of course, we got Galaxy Racer on 14, bringing in 7 from that. So I'm liking that we have a nice breakdown of you know, those factors of 7, especially there for the players from Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, they were able to come out of boot camp and take a lot of fights, making a push up on the northern side. Unfortunately, making that rotation towards the island really went ahead and ruined the rest of the game for them. Let's take a look at some highlights, though, to see how they started off. I mean, they started off so strong. Oasis just himself was able to take down, I believe, I already said, 3 members of YaLLa himself. Was he able to take down all 4? Oh, we only get to see 3 of them. And meanwhile, I mean, Raad taking this really early fight as well against GSG. That, again, just changed the course of that game for themselves as well.
Oh man, again, there is that play by Munir picking up a beautiful knock right then and there. But of course, Rawan coming in with that laser play over on towards Miracle. I mean, we've seen so many exceptional fights this game. Again, it was just beautiful to watch. I mean, I know we got to talk about this, but I just want to sit and watch it all once again. You know, there's a little bit of nostalgia coming in here, but just look at the plays that we saw here from Raad onto the side of Fanatic Zombies. That was fantastically done. Of course, we had the Galaxy Racers also perched up beautifully on towards that island, unfortunately being forced from that. But now, as we move up closer and closer to this final circle, you can see Flair Loyal NASR just going a little bit crazy on the edge, just really playing this bridge as long as he could. And I mean, look at this. He just took fights all over the place. But of course now RTG turning their attention over towards Galaxy Race, as we said, you know, things eventually not working out for them. But also this fight that we had here between the players from SCYTES and RTG, I think that was also to a degree a turning point for them. As they took quite a bit of damage at that particular point. And of course here we go, easy play for Ghost to just wrap it up. And here was our physics discussion coming into play, where we had all those mollies burning away. But of course, our performances coming in there from the RTG team. You can see our Chapo, Marshall, Senku, and Flame. Senku actually bringing in the most damage, so the most kills and knocks. But of course, Flame just outlasting him, showing him, you know, like sometimes flames are better. Seeing that they can burn on water, as we saw now. I mean, lovely PUBG physics working there. But now, we're going to get ready to move towards Erangel, our second visit on the Erangel map. Right, so already we had a pretty exciting show on the first one. Sanhok also really interesting, nice close quarter combat there. But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how the teams are going to be performing on our second visit on Erangel. Because we know in the first one, GUNZ came out with an absolutely stellar performance. Chicken Dinner, 11 kills. And again, they'll have that opportunity once again to prove themselves and potentially even make their standings even greater.
And I'm interested to see how Alpha Legends do. I mean, we already went ahead, took a look at them, and their main map was, in fact, Erangel. It was their first match in that last Sanhok game, and unfortunately, they didn't do too great, but we already knew that Erangel is where they shine. So now, them and GUNZ in the same lobby, I'm really interested to see what happens because of that. And it also seems like RTG Esports, they've just been slowly gaining some momentum as well, doing really well in that last map, too. I think this might be a game. I'm going to be looking at RTG, GUNZ, and Alpha Legends coming into this next Erangel game.
I can tell you it's going to be spicy either way, right? Because what's really cool to see though is also we have that nice change up with the all the teams playing 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, Sanhoks, playing 2 Sanhoks. Miramar is done. Sorry, I don't know why that lingered in my mind for some reason, but either way, I'm keen to see definitely whether or not Alpha Legends will be able to step up. We haven't seen them pick up a chicken dinner just yet in this league, in these league play days. But we know last week Alpha picked up 1 chicken dinner, and of course the week before they also picked up a chicken dinner. So statistically speaking, they are supposed to have a pretty good chance of doing that once again in the 3rd week, picking up their chicken dinner and of course securing some more additional points there for themselves. So yeah, I'm still looking forward to seeing how they're going to be performing, but also still waiting for that performance to come in from SUDOR, Flare Loyal, and the Fanatic Zombies. Because at the current moment, they're just slowly increasing their points. I mean, Flare Loyal, as of right now, are only 2 points away from what they were able to acquire last week. I mean, Zombies are halfway to the points they had last week. So let's have a look at the overall standings just to get an idea of where exactly these teams are. And of course, you can see the players there from RTG sitting up in pole position on 85 points. GUNZ in 2nd, 1 chicken dinner, 70 points. Falcons sitting in 3rd, 1 chicken dinner as well, 59 points. We've got Galaxy Racer in 4th, sitting there on 54 points. iKURD, 2 chickens under their belt, 53. Then, of course, the Snipers in 6 on 49. We've got Fate and Alpha Legends sitting in 7th and 8th place respectively. Fate with a chicken dinner, but both teams sitting on 48 points in total. Then, of course, we see the sites on the 2nd page. Chicken dinner, 47 points. Arab GSG, chicken dinner, 10th place, 45 points. We got HOTLINE over in 11th on 38. We got YaLLa in 12th place on 37. We got Ra'ad in 13th there with 35 points. NASR in 14th with 32. Then, of course, RICO Infinity with 26 in 15th. And Real Tiger 9 in 16th with 25 points. Of course, that last page, these are the teams that we're going to be looking at. SUDOR, 17th place, 20 points. Flare Loyal, 18th place, 18 points. Fanatic Zombies, 19th place, 17. So, as I was mentioning, Fanatic Zombies, last week, they were able to get a grand total of 34 points. This week, so far, after only the 2 games so far for today that has been gone through, not necessarily that they've played both, but you know, they're here, they've only been able to bring in a grand total of 17 points across the whole league week. So definitely a little bit worried about Fanatic Zombies. I mean, they're halfway to their performance from last week, but of course, we don't know if that's going to be enough to secure them a spot in that super weekend.
That's why this last Sanhok game, I was kind of secretly rooting for them coming in on the southern side of that zone. I mean, they ended up running into, who was it? Rod, maybe? Fanatic Zombies just ran into a team on that southern side at one of those compounds and unfortunately got completely wiped in that situation. That was the end of it for them in that game. And I mean, they still do have a few matches left, but at this point, since they're in such a hard position, they really need to be getting good, consistent games in every single game. So hopefully that one game, it didn't go too well. Hopefully they'll be able to do well in the remaining ones that they have for some sort of a chance.
Yeah, and I mean, for some of the teams, we are now at the halfway point for their games for today. I mean, now going in towards Erangel, definitely that would be the opportunity presented to them to step up, to give that play, to give a dominating play, bring in a strong amount of points to try and secure their points just for this week so far. But yeah, I mean, looking at the lower third of the current standings that we've got, it's very, very close still. I mean, we've got the players from RICO Infinity sitting on 26, Real Tiger sitting on 25, we've got SUDOR on 20, Flare Loyal on 18, and of course Fanatic Zombies sitting on 17, so there's only essentially a 9-point difference between 15th place and 19th place.
And as we know, all of them want to be in that top 16 to move on to the super weekend. We already went ahead and talked about how important that is, because really I feel like only the top, I don't know, maybe 6 teams are actually safe in the super weekends to make it to finals. So everybody else still duking it out as strong as possible. I guess those few teams that you went ahead and read out, we need to start seeing them perform. I'm kind of curious to see if any of them are going to be able to pull something out like a chicken dinner of some sort. So going into our last 3 games, I want to be able to see them go on ahead and kind of flip it over and do well.
Yep, no, they definitely do, because I mean, like, it is, I feel all the teams are deserving of playing in the Super Weekend, but unfortunately, just on how things work, only 16 teams can play there. So unfortunately, the only way to get there is to have enough points to make it through into Super Weekend. So I'm really, really hoping that we see the players there from Fanatic Zombies step up again and come into that Super Weekend just to show us what they've got. And as you were talking about the top 6 teams, those are the 6 teams, I won't say that are secure, they just don't have to be too worried about their performance, alright? So even if things go wrong, they're okay, they're okay. But of course, let's jump into the game, alright? We're heading up in towards Erangel to see what the map has in store for us, and of course our ever lovely Reno 5 series, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And well, looking at this flight path, the teams are definitely gonna have to get that gamer mode engaged, man.
That they do. We already went ahead and talked about the stakes, and unfortunately, I mean, this playing path super far to the southern side is definitely not ideal. So since this is super far to the southern side, a lot of these teams are going to have to figure out a different place to go on ahead and drop to. It's not like Sanhok in that it's very small and everybody can just go on ahead and stretch up to an open position. In this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of teams just grab vehicles and extend elsewhere. But starting off all grouped together on the southern side, it's probably going to be a bit difficult. And honestly, if this first zone, I'm interested to see where it goes, because if it goes far away from the southern side, everybody is going to have that equal huge rotation ahead of them. But if it pulls down to Military Island, I mean, we just look at the spread of the teams as of right now. So many teams are going to have to try and figure out some sort of rotation there. But it looks like not quite one of the bridges is in fact inside of this first zone, but look where it's centering. DK, I bet you're excited. It's centered around Chopsticks, around that Gaka area, and I know that you're hoping it's a Chopstick ending.
Oh yes, ma'am. Indeed, indeed, indeed. I mean, I'm waiting here, counting off the matches that we don't see Chopsticks. But of course, well, few teams that could maybe be satisfied that we're not in Chopsticks just yet is, of course, the players here from Flare Loyal and the players from Alpha. As you can see, Kaito now just right there in front of them. Jody also here for a little bit of support. So definitely going to be looking to see how the players here from Alpha are going to handle themselves against the side here of Flare Loyal. As you can see, we got NASR and a teammate, of course, now pushing on in, already trying to put a few shots up in towards Chaos. But NASR and Arthur, a little bit of an isolated position here for them. Definitely hoping that we see that reinforcements come in from the rest of the Flare Loyal team.
I mean, Kato, he's ready. It looks like, I mean, we already went ahead, spoke ahead, everybody was dropping really close to each other. Unfortunately, Alpha Legends, it looks like they're getting ready to make the big push upstairs if the other member of Loyal isn't there to try and help out. Oh, maybe a nice defensive nade, but oh, they're able to push in before that happens. It was a nice push in from Alpha Legends there, and now it's just down to 1.
I mean, Alpha Legends in this one again, they look like they're not even breaking a sweat. So casual and controlled as they move in, showing that aggression, showing that control. I mean, phenomenal play there from them. Nothing too crazy just yet, but of course, you know, just the way they handled that was already a pretty good showing of what is to come potentially in this match. And of course, now we know where the rest of the Flare Loyal team is. They're situated all the way over in towards shelter. Now just taking some shelter from the unfortunate turn of events for NASR and Arthur.
And as they keep going, I mean, just poor Flare Loyal, Flare Gun, and YWZ3, the last 2 members of them, definitely not something that they wanted to start off on, because as we know, we already went ahead and talked about them. They're currently in that 8th place position, and playing as a 2-man is eons more difficult than playing as your whole 4-man up, because obviously just the basic trades in a gunfight are completely different. You actually have to go on ahead and exceed just the 1 knock. You need to go ahead and get more. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more of a passive, more hidden game from them for the rest of the game, because as a duo, you kind of need to play that way.
But of course now, I mean, if we look over towards the players here from Real Tiger 9, they down over into Primorsk. You know, they're pretty comfortable over here, getting their loot on, going about their business. And also, they're not too far away from any important rotations just yet. I mean, they're quite comfortable within the zone. But now, as we look over towards the players from Snipers, we see them a little bit further away, over towards that eastern side. And of course, they're currently sitting around about 200, 300 meters away from zone. But also a bit of a split still. As you can see, we've got Zaid here, and we don't really see the rest of the team anywhere in the vicinity. They're still fairly spread out across that map, so hoping that they start condensing as they now start getting closer and closer to that zone. But of course, now looking up in it towards Georgia Paul, we see the players here from Falcons in South George just moving about. Again, they don't seem to be two-faced. As we can see from the mini-map, they're not challenged at all. There's no one in the vicinity, so they can go about their business. But of course, they should then use the opportunity to try and set themselves up beautifully for the next coming few phases.
Yep, they're going to be able to just loot up peacefully as of right now. But, I mean, that's the advantage, really, of making those early rotations immediately from such a difficult plane path, getting up somewhere safe to continue looting. You don't really have to worry about a bunch of people around you immediately. But right when the zone shifts and you still don't have enough loot, that's kind of where you have to decide. Are we going to make a move out with maybe not as much loot as we could potentially want, not entirely looting everything that we have, and make a move and actually grab somewhere good? Or are we just going to wait a bit and potentially have those good positions taken? So it's a little bit of a, I said it before, double-edged sword that they kind of have to decide on, but right now they're completely open that they can make a nice rotation on in quite freely. Meanwhile, other teams that are much further away, the play for them is, in fact, to go on ahead and wait longer. They do want to go and loot up as much as possible because teams ahead of them, they already have the priority. They have the prio to get the better spots in zones. Everybody else further away, they just have to wait to get the loot and then come on in, hope for some sort of a third-party situation and play edge.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the teams go about this. I mean, Arab GSG, we see them all the way on the far, far eastern side of that zone. Over in towards the POF guys, we have the blue zone now just enveloping them here. But now definitely looking to see where they're going to try and rotate on up into. As they've got just over 2 kilometers of distance to cover to make it up just to the edge of the zone, let alone find a decent positioning within that zone. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on them. But of course, the players here from YaLLa, they also still need to get their rotation sorted. They also need to get back up in towards the zone, as they are quite some ways away from there. So definitely the teams that hold off on those rotations, especially so far over towards that western side, I don't know if I fully agree with the late rotation, as you put yourself in a very difficult position. I mean, you in a sense kind of blindly rotating into a region where you don't know where your opponents really are, whereas if you get an early rotation sorted, you get a good positioning within that zone, you are then the one that has the upper hand, as the rest of the teams kind of have to come in your, to you in your direction. So yeah, I don't know if this is going to be necessarily the best showing for the teams coming in with that late rotation over from that eastern side, but there is still the possibility where they can, of course, turn that one around and have luck in their favor.
Well, if they're to make too early of a rotation, they're just going to be rotating by teams that are already in front of them. So that makes their initial rotation into zone much more dangerous. They want to wait for everybody in front of them to continue to be in front of them so that they can play edge safely. Losing somebody on the first rotation is definitely more detrimental than potentially coming in on edge and getting involved in some sort of third-party fight. That's honestly the situation you want to put yourself into, and you'll have enough loot to go ahead and be able to take those fights. It's a little bit more of an aggressive play style, but it's better than trying to make rotations by people that are already there. They didn't give them a chance to move yet, and that's why, I mean, everybody on that eastern side, they're so congested. It is a little bit more dangerous as of right now. So, I mean, Alpha Legends and Flare Loyal, they kind of want to wait for everybody to leave.
Oh, I mean, HOTLINE's already positioned in the place where I kind of hope the zone goes, but of course we'll see whether or not that happens. But yeah, the eastern side, as you said, it's already highly congested. So many teams making their rotations in, but of course now we look to see just how far up they're going to go. We saw the players there from the snipers already, they're waiting to see who's going to try and rotate past, as quite a big number of teams are still, pretty close to them. We've got the players here from Ra'ad, of course, all the way still out in the blue over towards the eastern side, trying to find the most ideal approach back in towards zone. But they also can't linger here too long, as they need to get in. We've got about 40 seconds or so remaining on the clock. But now we see SUDOR also now picking up their scent, coming in right behind them, spotting the players here from Flare Loyal as well. So definitely expecting some engagements to come from these rotations, as we've got so many players now on this eastern side. So I would not be surprised if that is exactly what started to happen. As we can see SKTon jumping straight out, trying to put a quick few shots up in towards Munir, who is now rotating it back over in towards Dasha, who we have just up ahead. But a nice bit of a, call it a flex. I wouldn't say aggression just yet. That was a bit of a flex. It's like, you can try to rotate. I can still see you. It's like, I'm a smoke up your vehicle, and best of luck then. Just making it so much easier for any of the opposing teams not too far away. But yeah, definitely a challenging play. I mean, you can see Desha also taking a bit of damage. Not quite sure from what, because we don't really see anyone else in the nearby vicinity. So yeah, we're really waiting to see where these rotations go.
Looks like right now they're kind of just committed to going a little bit more from our northern rotation, and they got to just commit to that at that point. They can't go straight on in. I mean, they saw what happened when they tried going straight on in. There's just way too many teams, so maybe taking a little bit of an extreme. While they'll be in a vehicle for longer and they won't have as much knowledge coming into the zone, they might be a bit safer coming in on that north. Meanwhile, smack dab in the center, Galaxy Racer are able to grab the compound directly beside Chopstick, and they have neighbors. Fate decided to pull on into these compounds as well, a little bit closer to Chopstick too. I mean, I'm going to be interested to see if Galaxy Racer or Fate Esports end up pushing each other.
But what I also noticed is we had HOTLINE here, and they are not here anymore. They are obviously rotated elsewhere, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see where they could have gone. But yeah, I agree. I mean, looking to see whether or not Fate and Galaxy Racer are going to try and take engagement with each other, that could be quite interesting to witness. As we know, both these teams, they have the ability to flex a little bit with the performance side there. I mean, Fate currently sitting up in 7th place. We got the players there from Galaxy Racers sitting in 4th place. So, and there's also not a lot of points difference between the two. I mean, only like, what, 11 points. But of course, now jumping over to Alpha, a team we've been waiting for to step it up and just show us what they've got. Already perched there, firing off a quick few shots. And of course, Ra'ad now also still continuing on with their rotations. YaLLa, once again, up ahead. So a lot of these teams now just leapfrogging their way back up in towards that phase. As you can see, the zone shifting down in towards Quarry. So this is gonna be quite the interesting terrain for these teams to be fighting in.
I'm honestly excited for it. There's so many differences in the heights and terrain in Quarry that it's going to be a lot of dynamic fighting that we're about to see, especially because Quarry is very out in the open, everything around it. There's a field up to that northern side. There's some hills over to its east, but so many people are going to have to make a rotation up into that mountain that it's going to be a bit chaotic. And we can already see it starting here. Everybody trying to now come down into this zone, just a mad dash to grab the best positions. And it's going to be a lot of shooting back and forth.
I love how the players have zero concern about their own health. They try to get out of that vehicle as quickly as they can, regardless of what the vehicle does to them, or even that, you know, the disembarkment of the vehicle. But of course now, it is so funny to see. But now we jump up into the fight here between Ra'ad and Alpha, as we see quite a few bits of damage already being done onto the side there of Ra'ad. Alpha looking pretty decent, sending up those utils. Oh, moving the vehicle out of the way, excuse you me. Nice show of confidence coming in here from Alpha. But of course, you can see Kaito now starting to rotate on up. Oh, beautiful nade. Oh, Jody comes flying through the smokes, trying to pick up a knock. Of course, Captain comes rushing in. Alpha Legends looking so confident. Wow.
He tried going for that run over, unfortunately didn't catch anything. He almost got taken out too, but his teammate pulling on in definitely saved his life. I was actually kind of hoping for a run over in that situation, unfortunately just narrowly missing.
Oh, yeah. I'm really, like I told you, I'm excited for today, and like, no lie, no cap, that is 100% the truth. As you can see, even the teams, they're playing completely different today. They realize what is at stake, and they realize what they need to do to get into that last super weekend. And of course, now the snipers held up right here between the players from RICO, Infinity, and SUDOR. And of course, already we see that knock coming in towards track 2, or we saw the knock coming in towards track 2. Now, of course, looking to see whether or not the players there from RICO, Infinity are going to try and just sneak on up, come in with one of those third parties, and it could actually happen. As you can see, those triangles, as you would call them, pointing this way already. They hear the engagements, they hear the fights, but of course we still have Fate just hanging around right there behind them. So definitely a trying position, especially here for the players from SUDOR.
It does look like they are able to get the rest into their down teammate, though. Maybe just pulling back into that hard cover, just waiting for this next zone to pop, seeing if they have to make any big movement happening soon. And it looks like they will, once again, pulling even closer to Quarry, down to the southern side. It looks like SCYTES, GSG, and Galaxy Racer all set up very nicely in some nice positions. I'm just a little bit worried for SCYTES because they have the top of the mountain, the little llama mountain that usually is used for a lot of rotations. So many teams can actually go on ahead and make it up there that I think the SCYTES are about to be in for a big event, a big chain fighting moment very shortly.
Yeah, that is of course what we're hoping for. We're hoping to see those chain fighting moments come on through and have absolute chaos just erupt on the map. But now we see chaos. Speaking of which, you know, succumbing. Down goes Chaos. Captain bleeding out that blue zone. Of course, doing the damage. Kaito up in a blue zone. Jody still in the blue. But now as we jump over onto the players here from YaLLa, you can see them keeping a very watchful eye over towards the western side. We've got the players from the Falcons right up ahead of them. Bandar now trying to set himself up in a decent position, so he actually has that vantage point onto the side of Falcons. But of course, it's going to be a tough one to actually execute, as we got so many teams once again in the vicinity. We got Real Tiger 9 just up ahead. And now, I mean, Falcons could get caught in a bit of crossfire, but as can the side there of YaLLa, as no one is out of the woods just yet. But as we jump up into a more northerly zone, we can see the players here from RICO, Infinity, and SUDOR still trying to exchange a few shots, as we see Track 2 now, of course, being rest up, just rotating up, sending up that anchor point within the zone. Now, we look to see whether or not they can turn that on to the players here from RTG. As you can see, El Chapo cooking up that nade, trying to send it up in towards Track 2, manages to evade the damage. SKTon, of course, knocked out right there behind him. So it is going to be a bit of a tricky exchange here. Ooh, YaLLa gets eliminated, but of course now Track 2 still continuing. El Chapo continuing with the efforts. And I liking that rotation, that off-angle rotation coming in there from one of the SUDOR players. So definitely looking to see whether or not that will be working out. But of course, an absolute bombardment still coming in. Track 2 actually gets picked up as Eagle just soars in and finds the head. Now let's see, will Senke be able to seal the deal and claim these kills though? Because that was coming in from Real Tiger 9. Alright, finds one, finds two. Senke. What a chap. What a chap indeed.
Now, I'm a little bit worried because Safe is now the last one up for SUDOR. SKTon slowly bleeding out above him. We can even see another team rotating in on behind him. He's now a solo that honestly his back might be completely open to that new team moving on in. And RTG, I don't think they're going to make a move over towards him at any moment. So kind of curious to see if that solo is going to be a huge catalyst or get involved in something big shortly with two big teams on either side of him. We'll just have to wait and see if either of them kind of venture too close. But meanwhile, it looks like the majority of these teams are coming in on the southern side, that southeastern side. We can see snipers shooting down at Flare Loyal and Alpha Legends as they're both sharing the same compound as of right now.
Oh, come on, come on. Oh, nice. Picks up the head. Alpha Legends now turning up the pressure. Jody taking a little bit of damage. Not enough though. Jody is still up and at it. Flare gun. Now, just trying to survive as long as possible. We got the sights just up ahead. So this is going to be a tricky angle for Flare gun to survive in, as he is the last remaining player for his team. And of course, so many players in the vicinity. One false move, and that could be the end for the side of Flare Loyal. So definitely looking to see exactly how Flare gun will be able to handle the situation. But right up ahead, you can see the players there from HOTLINE as well as GSG. So things are starting to heat up. As you can see, Zaid there now getting fired at here by Kaito. Spotting out that angle, but of course not managing to follow through with the knock just yet. We got a HOTLINE still just hanging about, lurking over towards that western side. So a lot of points of contention coming in between these teams. So definitely looking to see how they are going to cope with this HOTLINE. And GSG, of course, as we mentioned, they're now positioned over in towards Quarry, side by side. But Galaxy Racer now also just right there north of their position. So, I mean, GSG and, of course, the players from HOTLINE, this is a really tricky angle to be fighting from.
It really is. I mean, they're inside this next zone, so they can chill out. It looks like they will at least spot out the last one from Flare Loyal team as well. They're going to be eliminated. Same as SUDOR immediately afterwards. It looks like this fighting on the edges has finally started popping off. I mean, HOTLINE and GSG, they're going to have to start pushing soon, and I'm interested to see what's going to happen right when that purple team over there on that western side gets involved as well. At this point, I feel like Galaxy Racer does have a huge opportunity to capitalize on these fights as they happen, but they just need to go and push over that hill as soon as possible. Meanwhile, GSG, I mean, they're just going to be waiting inside of these compounds as of right now.
Yep, they're going to try and survive as long as they possibly can. But now, this is where Rex, once again, he is cooking up those nades, sends it over towards Amir. Let's see whether or not, or Omar rather, let's see if he'll be able to pick that up. But of course, now SCYTES and the players here from RICO Infinity doing a little bit of a dance up in the smoke, some smoke dancing coming in as Razur starts pushing up, flying the pressure, coming in, trying to flank around. But of course, oh, the SCYTES now just engulfing the players here. Oh, not being able to find the spray, but finally they pick it up. sends RICO Infinity back into the lobby. Some beautiful shots coming in there from SCYTES, but of course now Phobia needs to quickly try and get that res back up on towards iKURD. As we can see, the team now coming back up into fighting form. The Falcons now holding up as they're getting pushed by Galaxy Racer, and they hold their own, sending them right back. Real Tiger 9 also got sent back, but Snipers now right here on the side of Alpha. As now we see Klabj and Zaid, the two remaining players. Alpha, of course, out in the blue zone. Jody trying to heal the blue, but doesn't win the fight. Blue zone is deadly and potent as ever. That zone, of course, shifting over towards the eastern side. So, an easy position for both these teams. They don't need to worry about the rotations, but they need to worry about each other. They need to kind of wrap this fight up. Alpha already sitting on 9 kills. So again, a really strong showing in there from Alpha. And of course, now we wait to see exactly how this fight is going to go between GSG and HOTLINE. Oh, no, Rex gets knocked out. Mumbai steps up, gets a double whammy right there, picks up 2 knocks. Of course, now Thanos gets in the vehicle to try and rotate away. Up comes yet another Molly. And, oh, come on. Not finding the point just yet. But of course, beautiful play coming in here from HOTLINE.
Yep, I mean, the zone shifted away. It was the time to make the move. Really nice util being tossed in from HOTLINE. And honestly, I thought FalconsEsport, the team up on the northern side of them, I thought they'd have a little bit more of a play coming into the fights below them. But as you can see, it looks like RTG and a bunch of teams are actually taking shots at them. So maybe they can't go ahead and over-peak it entirely. So HOTLINE, it looks like they are going to be able to move into that more of a power position on this one. But they do have to venture into a zone that a bunch of teams have already set up and fought for. HOTLINE actually looking towards Falcons as of right now, just continuing to try and hold them out, and very shortly they're going to have to worry about GSG as well.
Yep, this is far from easy. Oh, Thanos now once again. I mean, this guy, he's been warming up his hands today. Just look at that. Absolutely phenomenal play. Picks up a beautiful vehicle explosion there with the teamwork coming on through. And of course, we're looking to see exactly how they're going to try and play this one, as we got Moltu now taking a little bit of damage. Now it is all up to Thanos to make those final few plays. Falcons never alone, now feeling pretty alone as he's running around. Oh, Arab GSG gets eliminated. Oh, man, that was tough. Falcons get sent back as well. 4 teams remain. The sights now turning their sights onto the side of RTG. But, of course, look at those points. RTG already sitting on 9 sights, sitting on 5. Snipers sitting on 5. And HOTLINE sitting on 3 points as well. But here we go now. Sights trying to send all the utils they've got in their bags. I'm surprised they're not throwing their bags down there over towards RTG. But, of course, now Flame finds a little bit of damage. Senke now just up ahead, cooking up that nade. Almost runs into the one that just got sent on over there from iKURD. But of course, El Chapo now keeping up the front line there. As we jump in towards Zaid now. Just casually chilling. Oh, they managed to find that first knock. As Senke sends the one on over. El Chapo now getting ready to push on in. Flame is knocked. So it is a 2v2 as we've got a player knocked on either side. Flame now getting knocked out rather there by the blue zone. That zone shifting up once again. A few seconds remain on the clock before these teams need to get their butts back into zone. But of course, Razur and the rest of the team there from SCYTES just playing that higher ground. RTG now trying to use this opportunity to maybe get a sneaky way in towards that zone. Trying to play this lower ground position. They've got Flame already now moving up there with the vehicle. RTG, only a 3-man team, potentially trying to squeeze into the zone. SCYTES, of course, just up ahead of them, still sitting on 4 players strong. Flame tries to find the shots. The snipers get picked on up, and of course, RTG now facing the wrong end of the zone as El Chapo has quite a bit of damage coming in, but of course, Senke is not giving up by any measures just yet. You can see him, of course, now pushing aggressively onto the side of the SCYTES. Picks up a second one, finds the confirm in towards Phobia. Now, let's see, will he be able to find the confirm on towards Razur? We got Ghost and iKURD now still remaining for SCYTES. Oh, they're turning their attention over in towards Senke, who's now just on the edge of that zone. Not in just yet. Still has a little bit of ground to cover, but up comes the utils. Quick disengage coming in there from Senke. But of course, iKURD and Ghost now just keeping their angles up in the north. 3 teams left to fight it out. As you can see, Thanos just lying in wait down in the south. Of course, SCYTES now just making sure that they are pretty safe up at the top. But things can go south at any moment. We're waiting now to see this blue zone closing in. The teams all now pushing up. Everybody coming in. Ghost. Wow, look at this. No helmet, almost no vest remaining. Flame only has a helmet, no vest. Man, this is tough. Abood. Oh, man, look at that. Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. I'm pretty sure Abood is like, you know what? Ghost, don't stress. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, he's ready to take any fight. And honestly, RTG, being able to send that one person down to the southern side, be a little bit of a distraction to SCYTES, that meant that they were able to make this a little bit more even. Even though they lost one member, RTG Esports now has 2, and they took down 2 on site. So it's now a 2v2v1, definitely a little bit more on the even level playing field. I mean, SCYTES do have the high ground, though, and you can see RTG is trying to go ahead and crawl up slowly so that they don't have the entire advantage, especially with this next zone shift actually choosing to go super far to the southern side. It looks like HOTLINE, the solo for HOTLINE, might be able to surprise one of these teams. I'm just kind of curious to see who at this point. A solo can go ahead and basically choose who's going to win this game. Right when one fight starts, though, I'm sure that the third team is going to immediately get involved.
I mean, it's not any solo, it's Thanos. You know, so, never mind. Senke finds the weakness in the side there of Thanos and, yeah, takes him down. Now it is between SCYTES and RTG. I mean, SCYTES sitting on 7 kills, RTG sitting on 12 kills. So again, an absolutely phenomenal performance we see here on the side of RTG. Those utils, of course, now getting sent on over. We look to see just how many more points these teams will be able to pick up. Will we see SCYTES move up to 9, or will it be RTG moving up onto a 14-kill game? Utils now getting sent on over. Flame getting lit on fire. So Flame is staying true to his name. Senke, of course, just on the opposite end there of the zone, but a little bit of a separation coming in as SCYTES now comes in with a kind of a 1-1 approach. Senke gets picked up. Flame now completely alone. Oh, no flames nearby. And of course, now he's not looking too great on that health side either. But of course, we still have Ghost and Abood. They looking exceptionally well in comparison. Good amount of health still remains. And of course, now they are frantically searching. Picks it up and down they go. SCYTES come in with the chicken dinner with RTG finishing up in 2nd place. Wow.
Yeah, RTG, I mean, they played that to the best of their ability, but SCYTES getting that main foothold up on top of that mountain from the beginning definitely put them in the best position-wise, and they ended up winning the gunfights as well. So that was very nicely played for them, grabbing that chicken dinner for themselves, and we'll be able to take a look at how that affects them on that leaderboard after this break.
Hello and welcome back. Here we are. We just came back from an absolutely insane Erangel match. That, of course, being our third match of the day. We got 2 more to go, but in this last match, we saw the players from SCYTES and RTG going head-to-head in that final zone. An absolutely phenomenal performance coming in from both these teams in this match.
Honestly, when we first looked at that zone that popped down by Quarry, the team I was most worried for was SCYTES. But then it seems like everybody ended up making these big rotations into different areas that really it was just all of the edges around that mountain that started getting into these huge fights. And as the zone kept shifting up towards SCYTES, they were able to protect it for themselves. And I mean, when in the end, I got a little bit worried when it finally came down to that 2v2, but they had the little tiny ridge that ends the gunplay using that ridge that came to their advantage. So that was really well played from SCYTES. Really well played by RTG as well, but not quite being able to grab that chicken dinner.
I mean, SCYTES, they had their sights set on that chicken dinner, and of course they pulled it off, you know. So yeah, kudos, well done, really well played by them. But of course, I'm really liking just the flow of today's games. You know, really nice calculated maneuvers coming in from all the teams. Yes, not everybody is finishing the match where they would have wanted to, but still the way the teams are approaching these games today, it's brilliant. I'm really enjoying it. It is absolutely fantastic to be casting the teams, and I mean, I'm so looking forward to the rest of today. And I mean, if this is how the day's going, I don't even want to think of what the Super Weekend is going to look like.
Intense. That's the one word I'm going to look for, I guess, in that scenario. Because, I mean, yeah, this one is just top 16, but for the Super Weekend, that's where things kind of change. I mean, it's top 16 again, but with higher stakes. We already went ahead and talked about some of the prizing going into Super Weekends and really just setting yourself up for those successes. That's where you really want to be practicing as well. I mean, playing on the Super Weekends is really the best practice for the finals. So if you do well in the Super Weekends and you continue to do what you learned there, finals should go on ahead, not be a breeze, but definitely be easier for yourselves.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely the place to be is in the Super Weekend, which of course then gets you a spot in that finals if you are one of those top 16 teams overall. So definitely quite a bit of work that goes in for these teams to find it all the way through into the finals. So absolutely insane plays that we've of course seen through the weeks and matches leading up. Not going to end anytime soon, because next up we're going to get ready to move in towards Sanhok once again, going in for our second visit. Now for some of the teams, this could be their final visit, their final game of the day. Match 4 is the wrap, of course, for the players from Group A. So that is RTG, Galaxy Racer, Flare Loyal, and the Snipers. So whatever they haven't yet been able to do, they need to do it now. But of course, let's have a look at those stats from the past match, just to see where the teams are at. And of course, we got the SCYTES finish with the chicken dinner, 9 kill points and 24 grand total points. RTG in second place, but 12 kills, also then on 24 points. We got the Falcons over in third on 16. We got a HOTLINE in fourth on 13. The Snipers also sitting on 13 points over in fifth place. Alpha Legends up in sixth place. Nice play there with 11 points and 9 kills. Of course, Arab GSG sitting in seventh place on 4 points, and Real Tiger 9 sitting in place with 3 total points. So it's been a tough game for some of these teams, but either way, like, I'm still how they are match.
It looks like this match was also a very top-heavy game, both the SCYTES and RTG Esports being able to grab 24 points each. And RTG Esports, I just realized, I think this might be the next game in a row that they've grabbed that top 3 spots, but were unable to go on ahead and get the win. And as we know, that's important in the Super Weekend. If you get the chicken, you get a piece of some prize pool. And also, of course, that gives us an idea of how finals are going to go. Same with the MVP award. And what was not shown, the end of that leaderboard, it was then Galaxy Racer, SUDOR Esports. Actually, I think we might go on ahead and take a look at this now. Do we have a graphic? Yes, we do. There it is. Galaxy Racer coming in 9th place with a total of 2 points. Then SUDOR Esports in 10th with 2. Then RICO Infinity, Fate Esports, Flare Loyal Team each being able to grab 1 point apiece. And then YaLLa Esports and Ra'ad coming in with 0 each. So, again, I already mentioned it, very top-heavy game. It seems like both the top teams grabbing 24 points. All these teams at the bottom, some of them, if you read the name, are some of the teams that we've been concerned about this entire time. And some of them you already went on ahead and read off. This is their last chance to go on ahead and get in the game. But this last one, we can see that SCYTES able to do 1991 damage, 9 kills, but it's actually RTG that was able to grab the most kills with 12 with 1875 damage. And then, of course, you can't discount the team there. Oh, with what was that, 10 kills and the second most amount of damage there, smack dab in the center. It looks like there was a lot of damage actually that went out from multiple teams this game.
Yeah, and I mean, and again, I just, just to reiterate what I've been saying is like, I'm super impressed with them. And of course, speaking about being impressed, we're going to look at the highlights from this last match, just to look at some of the plays that stood out as we went through this game. And of course, starting things out, Alpha Legends starting off pretty aggressively. We had the Falcons, of course, with that absolute bombardment. But I mean, Alpha handled themselves exceptionally well again in this match, picking up 9 kills, sadly getting sent back in 7th place, but still, a 9-kill game is still very, very impressive.
Especially going out in 7th. That means they got in a lot of early fights, and as we know, those are definitely the least ideal. Meanwhile, it's SCYTES, as you can see, they're the ones that won the game, and they're able to hold off so many teams on the side of this mountain. That's what made me worried for them. I thought that they were going to be taken out potentially from so many people pushing up onto them at the same time, but really, they took one fight after another and were able to protect themselves all the way through.
I mean, but we're seeing so many challenging plays coming in, and that spray there from Ghost is just absolutely on point. But Osama picks up a beautiful knock with that one. Now, I mean, this is what I love about PUBG, is the things these players get up to, the things they do. It is so entertaining to watch. But of course, I mean, this to me also was just an absolutely amazing play. Senke coming up there, finding hit after hit, picks up a double knock. Oh, that was just on point. That was really, really crazy. Of course, Thanos, we were hoping for a snap, but of course, Thanos got snapped out of that game, and now Mr. Ghost and Co. steps on up, finds those last few hits into the side there of RTG, and, well, claims that chicken dinner. But, of course, look at the stats now. Ghost coming in there with 3 assists. We got a boot on 3 assists. Phobia picking up 4. And then, of course, Razur coming in with the highest damage, 630 damage. And also securing, those 3 knocks. So, a lot of knocking has been done by the side there. I mean, and it worked. It paid off. They got that chicken dinner, and of course, got that with 9 kills.
Definitely a good showing. And again, I was a little bit worried with that solo from HOTLINE on the southern side. I was like, oh, he really has the position to potentially stand up here. And if they look left, he's going to go on ahead and be a little bit of a nuisance towards RTG. But if he looks right, he's going to go on ahead and be a nuisance to SCYTES. But I mean, RTG didn't even give him the option. They pushed on over that little ridge, spotted him out in that bush, and took him down. But I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the solo to go on ahead and potentially change that game up. But went on ahead and was taken out. Honestly, really good on RTG for being able to spot that out, and at least they're able to pick up another point before they had to take that last fight with SCYTES and before they were taken out. So but I was waiting for it. I thought that HOTLINE might go on ahead and potentially do something big inside that game.
Well, of course, they've got another map to try and do something big on, Oh wait, no wait, they don't. Not this next one. Because the next one, YaLLa, Ra'ad, HOTLINE, and SCYTES won't be playing, because they're going to be sitting it out, as it is now that last matchup for the players from RTG, Galaxy Racer, Flare Loyal, and the Sniper. So, yeah, and of course, we now have the players coming in just to have a few little look of, just how the Falcons, we've been seeing a really strong performance coming in from the Falcons, right? But of course, if we compare that against what we see from Alpha Legends, you can see Falcons looking a little bit stronger there with regards to the damage that they've been doing. As you can see, it's 1900, and of course then they come in with those kills. 6 on the side, 10 on the side there of Falcons, 9 on the side of Alpha. Then we got the knocks being 11 and 8, and of course those headshots coming through as well as then the health being recovered. Falcons not recovering as much health there as Alpha Legends, but of course we saw that it's a little bit more aggressive at times, you know, putting themselves into those positions where they are then, you know, kind of receiving a few more hits coming their way. So it kind of makes sense to see the stats looking the way they do. But definitely going to be curious to see exactly how that will then translate once again back up in towards Sanhok, because we're moving back there. So whatever the teams feel they need to kind of try and make up for, this is going to be that opportunity. As we know, Sanhok is the map that lends itself to aggression. It lends itself to those third parties. And it's a map where sometimes it is a little bit easier to find more kills.
And I mean, this last game, Falcons, honestly, I thought that they were in a position to hold out a bunch of people below them inside quarantine. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to do it. So going into this next game where it's very aggressive, I want to see that from them. And Sanhok, I think, is the perfect terrain. But first, let's take a look at that overall before we go into our second to last game. Our last game, actually, for Group A. We can see RTG Esports grabbing that first place position with a total of 109 total points. And then a huge jump down. Second place is Falcon Esports with 75 points. It's a huge gap that RTG went on ahead and took. SCYTES now jumping into third with 71 total points with those 2 chickens. GUNZ Esports will be in fourth with 70. Then the Snipers in fifth with 62. Alpha Legends with 59. Galaxy Racer coming in seventh with 56. And iKURD Esports, the other team, with 2 chickens, in eighth with a total of 53 points. So it looks like, honestly, RTG Esports, even though they haven't won anything yet, I pointed it out before all the games started, they're still able to go in and get a lot of placement points from getting high up on the board.
Yeah, definitely they've been pretty capable here. And of course, looking to see how that will go in the next match. As we now see the players from HOTLINE sitting up in 9th on 51. We got Fate in 10th on 49. Arab GSG in 11th on 49 as well. We got YaLLa in 12th on 37. We got Raad in 13th. With 35, we got NASR in 14th with 32. We got Real Tiger 9 sitting in 15th place there on 28 points. And then, of course, RICO Infinity sitting in 16th place on 27 points. It's a bit strange, not gonna lie, to see RICO Infinity sitting over there at the current moment in 16th place, you know. But of course, they are only 5 points ahead of the players there from SUDOR Esports. So we have over in 17th place on 22. Flare Loyal sitting in 18th on 19 points. And Fanatic Zombies sitting in 19th place on 17. So, I mean, just looking at how the teams are faring at the lower end of that leaderboard, they're having a hard time today. And I mean, it's not because it's anything to do with them. It's just how difficult these games are going up against the competition. It's really tough competition.
Oh, it definitely is. We already talked about that. I mean, everybody at this point, first of all, they're all here for a reason. And second of all, now that we're in the third week, the second day of the third week, all these guys have played against each other so much at this point that they should have each other down, know exactly where each other drop and do their specific rotations, what they like to do and how they really play. Like, it is at that point where everybody should really know how each other plays, and it just comes down to just getting yourself in that just a little bit more of an advantageous position. So all these teams definitely just duking it out. I'm a little bit concerned. You already went ahead and pointed it out. RICO Infinity team being in the place they're at 16th place is a little bit concerning, because I feel like they've been up at the top fairly frequently. That's where they usually are. And those last 3 teams, at what point do they not have enough points and enough games left to go on ahead and qualify? As of right now, I'm definitely concerned for Fanatic Zombies coming up in that bottom spot with a total of 17 points. The only thing, though, is that the team in that 16th place spot, the spot that you need to qualify, is only 10 points away. And as we know, 10 points are definitely achievable. The Fanatic Zombies just need to do really well in these last 2 games to meet that and overtake it as well to be safe.
It's going to be a hard work either way. I mean, as we've seen through the previous matches, the previous 3 matches, you know, things have already been pretty tough for the teams. I mean, the results are pretty evident of that. So if they're able to find that confidence, find that kind of switch to flick in their head to say, you know what, this is the match where we step up. This is the match where we prove that we can get into that super weekend again. I mean, that's going to make for an amazing play. All right, so I'm really keen to see just how these teams are going to step up into this match and whether or not they'll be able to pull themselves out of that relegation slot. But of course, we're going to be jumping into Sanhok now to see exactly what that flight path is going to be bringing us, what these teams are going to be doing, and of course, exactly just how much of that gamer mode they can engage with the Reno 5 series. Born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series, and what a fairly pleasant flight path that is on the Sanhok map.
Yeah, but looks like nobody really has to stretch to where they want to go because it's straight down the center. Everybody should be able to nicely, easily reach where their usual drop location is. And as we said before, it's really just down to where that first zone is going to go on ahead and reveal itself. We saw last time, because of the zone, that waterway definitely becoming a big part of people's rotations. It really hurt a lot of teams that chose the wrong spots. But looks like this time it's going to pull over to that western side once again, but even further to the west. So everybody that was on the mainland that was very happy with last Sanhok's match might not have the same thing again. But of course, Galaxy Racer and Alpha Legends again.
Oh, the age-old fight, the age-old battle. Here we go, right back into the mess over in bootcamp. As you can see, Galaxy Racer and Alpha now pushing up once again. But of course, now we look to see whether or not Alpha's going to turn the tables onto Galaxy Racer. So far, off to a fairly aggressive start as they pick them up right out the gate. Of course, now just returning the favor. We saw quite a bit of a tough one in the first Sanhok map, but that was YaLLa that we had here. That wasn't Alpha, all right? But now Alpha just showing Galaxy Racer that, you know, just showing them what it feels like if you're the first team eliminated in mere seconds.
I'm actually interested by that. I mean, Alpha Legends, they're one spot ahead of Galaxy Racer, so I guess they just wanted to go on ahead and ensure that Galaxy Racer wasn't going to jump up above them, so they just decided to hot drop, and it was almost as fast as Galaxy Racer's wipe of the first Sanhok game. This time, it was for the opposite, Galaxy Racer being wiped in a matter of seconds. I mean, they did get at least one knock on the Alpha Legends, but that was about it. Otherwise, the rest of Alpha Legends were able to stick together, at least as a 3-man, and just roll the rest of them. So I mean, it just goes to show how different that each hot drop can be. And yeah, you're right, I'm interested. I'm kind of curious as to why Alpha Legends went on ahead and went there, and where exactly YaLLa went instead.
Well, yeah, definitely an interesting question we will be looking to answer. But I mean, yeah, this is really a really exceptionally tough day for a lot of these teams. But of course, this is that replay that we saw with Alpha swooping in. Now Galaxy Racer being on the receiving end instead of on the sending end. But here we go. Oh man, that was just crazy. And of course, the SUDORs here over in towards Tambang, making their way around, heading a little bit further up through the zone. Just going through their loot phase. Of course, you can see them now spread out for the time being. But as we jump all the way down in towards a more southerly angle, we can see the players here from GUNZ. And iKURD Rawan just lying in wait, deciding to rather put a shot in towards Freak before Freak finds the shot in towards him. So good play there from Rawan.
And that was a really nice grab for them. I'm used to iKURD being directly underneath the boot camp to the southern side, but it looks like Rawan at least kind of shook things up, going more closer to one of the coasts, and was still able to go ahead and grab at least one kill onto GUNZ. So GUNZ, see Hamidi already looking that direction, definitely not happy. Not happy whatsoever that one of his teammates was taken down, but Rawan just going right back to being a little bit quiet, seeing if anybody else from GUNZ is going to show themselves.
Yeah, but Rawan had that was like kind of a ninja mode that he had engaged there. Just surprising one of the players there from GUNZ, and it worked out. I mean, we can see Ragnarok here from Fate also now just rocking it out up on top of this boulder here, keeping a watchful eye. So this is going to be an interesting one because we've got Hamodi off in the distance. We got Rawan caught in the warehouse there, and of course then Ragnarok moving in. So Rawan could be waiting for Hamodi to move in. You can see he's keeping a watchful eye there. He's not suspecting anything. So this could definitely be super, super interesting. But of course, the rest of the iKURD team, we see one of the players out in the water. So, yeah, things looking a bit strange here.
Everybody's everywhere, I agree. And oh, it looks like Hamadi did spot out iKURD, though. All of iKURD now pulling up around this area. This is a weird 3-team far-away fight, and it looks like Hamadi, oh, he almost got the knock under Ragnar there.
It's a beautiful spray, though. I mean, trying to put a spray in over that distance, it's quite a challenge. I mean, Hamadi just doing such a huge amount of damage onto Ragnarok there. But the Rawan now realizing that he's getting caught in a bit of an uncomfortable sandwich here, as we got Hamadi on the one side, Ragnarok on the other side. I'm definitely looking to Rawan to see how he's going to try and escape from this one.
One of his teammates was in a vehicle. Maybe they'll come on ahead and rescue him, but it looks like it might be too late. Hamadi, it seems like he's interested in actually pushing down there. Rauf now there as well. As a two-man, maybe just waiting for a third person as well. They could potentially just start sweeping this compound and take out this one member of iKURD. If they do that quickly, they'll be able to have a kill under their belt. If they get out there fast, the rest of iKURD won't be able to get there in time to help out.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of strategy needs to come into this as we see, Rawan now getting picked up by the Ragnarok. Oh, spots out a Hamadi, tries to get in that long-range spray. But of course, has one shot rather fired up in his direction. Rauf now coming in for the rest. Oh, rather for the thirst there, man. I thought it was the same team. Turns out it wasn't. Well done there to Rauf, though, for picking up that kill. But, I mean, this is, again, a very interesting zone. Looking just at how spread these players are. I mean, we can see they're not in zone. As we know, the zone is over towards the western side. So definitely a very interesting play coming in from some of the players here.
Seems like they're just deciding to, yeah, just try and grab as many kills as possible before they make that initial move. And it looks like the rest of iKURD, one of them at least, is just grabbing a boat and making a move. I'm a little bit surprised because I feel like we see boats get shot at quite frequently and they have to jump out immediately. But GSG not looking in the water, not quite close enough to take shots at them. That means that iKURD is going to be able to successfully accomplish that while Rex and the rest of them are still occupied watching the northern side, but on the land, not the water.
And that is sometimes... I mean, you kind of have to low-key keep an eye on that waterway, as we've seen many teams, you know, opting for those water boatations. You're coming all the way around on the outside. So that's definitely something they need to be aware of. I don't think it's always something that they think of actively because they're more concerned about, you know, taking on the engagements right up in front of them where they can actually spot them out in time. So, yeah, I agree. It's a bit of an interesting position, but of course, now this is going to be an interesting play for Fanatic Zombies. We wait to see whether or not they'll be able to step up and find any kind of damage onto the side there of SUDOR and potentially pick up a few points in doing so.
They're in the same compound as they were last Sanhok. They ended up being taken out the compound actually a little bit further to the eastern side, but now they're in one a little bit more to the center. Fanatic Zombies were taken out pretty early last Sanhok. They need to go ahead and have a really good game this time, and the first person that takes the shots are actually safe from SUDOR Esports. So, I mean, Fanatic Zombies should realize that they have company and what direction they're coming from, and I'm interested to see if they're going to be the ones that aggress first, but it seems like SUDOR might take matters into their own hands and actually rotate away before Fanatic Zombies even have a chance to.
Yeah, and I mean, like SUDOR, they also have a beautiful 2-2 split on either side of that bridge, right? So that's a good play coming in from SUDOR. I mean, Fanatic Zombies, I don't know what's going on there. It's like in this match. I mean, I'd really like to see a stronger performance coming in from them. But, I mean, they are still in zone. They are still alive. So, that counts for something. I don't know what yet, but it counts definitely for something. You can see one of the sniper players, though, in the far southern side there of the zone, trying to wrap around as the zone now just centers up once again on towards that northwestern island. So that's definitely going to be an interesting point, especially as we've seen so many tough plays come from this region in past games.
Yeah, this is definitely a point of contention. Unfortunately, it looks like Track 2 might now be alone on the southern side of that bridge. Knocked, actually. Fanatic Zombies might be able to use this as their chance to make a move, while Safe is actually moving on back to get the res. And here we go. Fanatic Zombies are, in fact, pushing out a little bit more, but not quite close enough. They have cover on that truck. If they want to go on ahead and actually secure this kill, maybe another one, they need to have started moving already.
Well, it's all about that prioritizing your actions and which way around you're going to try and, of course, take that. As we can see, Fanatic Zombies, they still have their health bars in a good position. And, of course, now we see Mexico now trying to wrap around onto the SUDORs as they are busy with their rotation across that bridge. Mexico now running up right behind Saif. I'm waiting to see whether or not they're going to be able to bounce and find that. Oh, they pick up a little bit of damage onto its track 2, but Mexico, that spray just goes absolutely haywire. It is quite a bit of a challenge. But now, I mean, things are looking a little bit difficult for the side of Fnatic. As you can see, we've got a hit on, of course, on the opposite end. They're firing the shots in towards Chills as SKTon now tries to secure his rotation over that bridge. But it's a nice show of defensive play coming in here from SUDOR as they kind of prioritize their players moving across that bridge and the ones already across, then, of course, setting up that defensive cover just to try and secure that rotation. But, of course, now as we jump up onto the team here from Real Tiger 9, you can see Surprise now just scouting things out, trying to see if he can spot any movement, any pixels out of place in the vicinity, while a ramp, of course, secures that position over towards that bridge.
Yeah, being careful with the scouting, that's obviously very good. You don't want to go ahead and make some sort of rotation where somebody is already occupying that space. So they're just going to take it slow. They're on the edge of it, so they can kind of wait a little bit longer for that blue zone to get there, but they might want to make a move as soon as possible, honestly. And actually in that compound over to the eastern side of Fanatic Zombies, we can see that Fate Esports are there on the southern side, and NASR Esports up on the north across the water. They could potentially be in a position to hold them out if they're able to move up to the coast, but right now it seems like they're a little bit comfortable, and Fate Esports are starting to make their way on up too. And like now that we're in this area, I'm a little bit surprised that Fanatic Zombies didn't go ahead and be super aggressive onto SUDOR when they had a knock onto one of them, because the zone did pull up to the northern side. They know that they're going to have to make a rotation in that direction at one point, so if you're going to take a fight and someone potentially holding you out, definitely pushing on some sort of a knock would have been advantageous for them.
Yeah, but of course, they're taking more of a strategic play in this one. You know, you can't really... It makes sense. I get it. I mean, especially if you look towards the side of RTG, Galaxy Racer, Flailwell, and Snipers. This is their last match of the day, right? So they want to play it as safe as they can. They want to try and stay in this match as long as they possibly can. They don't want to try anything foolish that could cost them the game. So... I get it. I understand why they're playing it the way that why some of the teams are taking the approach that they're taking. But now we see that zone shifting up to the west once again. And this, again, looks like it could be a very challenging position. We've got the mountains in play. We've got Camp Alpha in play. And then, of course, that whole section of that western coastline. So, yeah, once again, those rotations are going to be absolutely crucial in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit worried if SUDOR Esports actually just decide to move away from that bridge, then it's going to be a nice, clear rotation coming in from the Fanatic Zombies. But first, we have to wait and see if SUDOR is actually going to allow them to do that, or if they're going to hold. Meanwhile, Fate, now they see that zone popping. They're starting to make a move up to the northern side of their compound, too. It looks like they at least have a vehicle, so maybe they'll be able to make a nice drive into this next zone. But they still got to be a little bit careful, especially now as people over on the eastern side are taking shots at them.
Oh, I mean, it's going to be quite the challenge. As you can see now, Fate trying to pick up a few shots on towards the side there of NASR. But NASR, they've got that ridge. They've got that height, a slight bit of a height advantage. So it's going to be pretty challenging for Fate to make a strong play from that position. But of course, that is the beauty of this trifecta positioning for the teams. And I mean, now, as you can see, Batika just moving back and forth. The whole squad, in fact, here from NASR, keeping a very watchful eye there on Fate. And we've got that 2-2 split coming in now from Fate. And I mean, if NASR play this one well, they can really pick up quite a bit of damage. We also now see the players here from SUDOR come crashing into the point. Those mollies getting sent on over once again, over towards the snipers. Just flinging them in, picks up one. There we go. Will they be able to find the last one? Zaid now just trying to get out of the flames as the SUDORs now start pushing in. Hidan up he comes, applying that pressure. Zaid now patiently waiting for Hidan to reveal himself. Oh, beautifully played. Picks up one. Will Zahid be able to make it to his track 2? Now starts stepping in. No, down he goes. Zahid now. Oh, man, that was a nice play there from him. Unfortunately, it didn't go too far. But of course, now Amir is now still just positioned up in towards the north. The last remaining player there for the snipers. But the SUDORs using that opportunity to push on in. Real Tiger 9, of course, still caught in the blue zone. They still need to try and push forward. But Alpha is gatekeeping them. So this could be a really advantageous play for the side of Alpha.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing a little bit of a 2-2 split as well. 2 of them in that compound watching them. The other 2 actually grabbing a spot further inside zone up on top of the mountain. So no matter where RTG makes a move, Alpha Legends will potentially spot him out. And there we go. Already making a move on the vehicle. They've realized that their targets have made the move away. So Alpha Legends just going to jump onto their buggy, onto the little scooter there, and just disengage off of it as well. They can't go ahead and successfully hold him out. So just get inside zone. And oh, looks like they're stopping right up against the mountain. They are taking shots at one team, but they're taking some blue damage here now. They couldn't get all the way up to the rest of their teammates.
Oh, it is going to be a tricky play as we got NASR there from RICO Infinity, of course, just up ahead. But now, as we move on through the zone, you can see so many teams all still trying to get into that position, but NASR now getting lit on fire. Quickly falling back in behind some hard cover ball. Flame keeps a watchful eye there, just a little bit further down. So this is a really difficult position for the players there from RICO Infinity. But of course, Alpha manages to secure themselves in the zone for the time being. But Kaito on the complete opposite end of that mountain.
Yeah, but it looks like everybody else is just making a move on in now. We can see NASR for RICO Infinity team. He's one of 2 people left, and he's just absolutely booking it to try and find a safe place to play inside of the Alpha camp. Meanwhile, RTG and Real Tiger 9 up on the north are about to get in a little bit of a tiff as well. RT9, they need to find a spot inside the zone, and RTG, I mean, we already know that they're aggressive and consistent in gaining points. They're going to take this fight.
Yeah, up they come, up they come. They want those points, so they want to get themselves up. But of course, also RTG. We've seen some strong players coming in there from them today. But Alpha now on the opposite end, picking the hits up onto the side of Real Tiger 9, making it so challenging for them to actually get that push going. Jigsaw now getting picked up there as well. As you can see, Jody finding those hits on through. Captain and the rest of the team from Alpha now just capitalizing on their very own possession. But here we go. Real Tiger comes rushing into the side of RTG. Finds one. Oh, come on. Senke now trying to make a bit of a dash ramp. Keeping a watchful eye. Gets picked up in the process. Out goes Real Tiger RTG with a beautiful play up in the north. But now they need to move further up into a zone. GUNZ, of course, now holding the southern end as they also try to push up into a zone. Blue zone, of course, catching up with them. They're still trying to pick up as many points as they can while rotating in. But looking at those points already, GUNZ sitting on 6. Oh, this is going to be a very spicy match. We are now down to our final 10 teams. Flare Loyal gets picked up. Off they go back into the lobby. RTG now trying to secure their angle up in towards this northwestern side. Alpha looking pretty comfortable up in the northeastern side. But of course, then we still have NASR all the way over on that far eastern edge of the zone. So definitely some interesting positions coming in. But I mean, the zone centering up on towards Camp Alpha once again. This is where we could maybe see a very strong game for the side there of Falcons.
Yeah, well, they can just go ahead and wait for everybody to come. For them, everybody else has to figure out their own rotation on in. So hopefully some of these teams will have some sort of vehicle potentially to make a crash or whatnot. But everybody else that's on foot, they have to start making them push on in. And these people that don't have to make a move inside the center of the zone will be able to spun them out and take some shots in their direction. And it looks like, yeah, Alpha Legends slowly moving on in are actually going to stop a little bit of a loot phase as well. And looks like Alpha spotted out RTG as well. Both teams now trying to make a move, and meanwhile, snipers on the other side of the zone are going to be taken down in the process.
Oh, this is going to be an absolutely chaotic zone. We've seen it last time in Sanhok, wrapping up on this Camp Alpha position. Of course, Fate sitting down in the southern end of the zone. Alpha now moving in from the north. But of course, the north is a heavily congested portion of this map. As you can see, Falcon Boomba now just putting the shots across up in towards RTG, trying to pick up those knocks. NASR comes crashing into the compound. Alpha is moving in from the north. RTG trying to make their play over on the west. Fate just hugging the edge of that southern zone. But here we go, never alone. And now just positioned up on the wall. Beautiful angle, really, if you look at it. But of course, now NASR sends up those utils. Kaito gets knocked on out. Miracle gets knocked on out as well. Head after head now just erupting across the zone as it shifts back up into the eastern side. Never alone now tries to apply the pressure on it to the side here of Nabo. Nabo now cooks up that nade, manages to evade the shots. Umar comes rushing in. Jody now trying to come in with a bit of a third-party play on that angle. Comes in, yes! Swoops up 2 knocks in the process. Oh man, NASR now just feeling the pressure. Chico now left to try and fend for himself right there on the edge of that zone. Of course, now you can see just trying to find that angle onto the side of Alpha as they move up super aggressively. Chaos, Jody rather, and Captain making an absolutely phenomenal play. Kaito, of course, getting sent on back, but you can see Alpha's got eyes on a Falcon, who now ducks back into some hard cover. But Chico lying in wait, waiting for that opportune moment to strike. And of course, Captain retaliates. Finds a bit of damage in, but the fight is not over. As you can see, the players here from Alpha now keeping a watchful eye on the compounds up ahead in Camp Alpha. Falcons now about to go head-to-head with RTG. As you can see them starting to move on in. Oh, Damar steps in, finds a bit of damage. There we go, finds quite a few. Heads into the side there of Marshall. Marshall now quickly disengaging to go recover some health. But of course, the fight is not over. Flame now trying to hold the fort. Finds the shot in towards Bompa. Oh, come on. Beautiful play by Flame, but gets picked up by the nade. What? Oh, down goes Marshall. Falcons now trying to make the rush here. RTG gets sent on back. Chico tries to make the play, but gets picked up from behind by Fate. What? NASR. Off they go. 5 teams left to fight it out for that chicken.
Wow. There was so much action that was now happening here in this zone. Once again, pulling down to the center. So many teams that are eliminated one after the other, but 3 teams left, 10 people in total. Fate have been able to keep all 4 of their members up, and we can see Alpha Legends. They have 1 person down. There's 2 people left, and Falcons, as they're slowly trying to get these reses. Man, it looks like Fate Esports just got to take advantage of all this fighting happening on the northern side and just creep on in, and now they're in the position to completely hold these guys out.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely in a super strong position, of course. Now, they know where their opponents are. You can see Ragnarok trying a few jump shots, trying to get those headshots into the side there of Alpha. But, of course, now we can see Boompa just also patiently waiting. Oh, Fate and Alpha fighting to the death. Wow. The shots come in. Alpha go out. Falcons come rushing in to disrupt the fight between Fate and Alpha. But of course now this is going to be a really tough play, especially for Fate as the blue zone is pushing on in. Reef needs to make the play, but Falcons, oh, they had their eyes set on that chicken and they swooped in, stole it away. Absolutely phenomenal play coming in once again. Yet another crazy game.
I do not disagree. That was a really nice hold inside of Camp Alpha for them in that situation. I was a bit worried, but it looks like Fate had a little bit more. I wonder if it would have been a little bit more advantageous to just sit back and wait for people to come to them. But we'll be able to see how much they were able to accomplish after taking a look at the leaderboard. We will be back, DK and I, after a break.
Hello and welcome back. We've been seeing some absolutely insane plays over the past 4 games. Of course, we just came back from our 4th match, which we had on that Sanhok map, and saw the insane plays coming in there from the players, from the Falcons, who just swooped in with their third-party hits and, of course, picked up that chicken dinner. So some absolutely phenomenal stuff that we've been having across the board today. I mean, out of all the league play days that we've been watching, today has definitely been my favorite.
I think maybe the same for me as well. I don't know why. I mean, things are just super exciting. I think it's just because we already know that these players at this point, like, just the games themselves and the mentalities for all of them are just so, it's so important at this point. It's the last time, you know, kind of a little bit saddening, but also super weekend. This next one is going to be so hype. So I'm looking forward to it. And all these teams just duking it out as of right now. I mean, that last match in itself, we saw so many teams just... There's like a line, right? You have to try and be consistent when you try and come in with the fights, the kill points, where you're going to be able to play to try and get those placement points. I think this game was a really good example of it. FalconsEsport grabbing Camp Alpha immediately, that's definitely was the place to go on ahead and be to play out of. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the standings shortly, but some other teams that were forced to fight for it went for some kill points instead. And actually, there it is. FalconsEsports with 8 kill points got that chicken dinner with a total of 23. And meanwhile, Alpha Legends, they got in 3rd place, but they have 12 kill points, coming in with a total of 22. So Alpha Legends, they definitely focused on kill points a lot more. And that just goes to show that there are multiple ways to play this game, but still we're able to grab those placement points as well. Fate Esports in 3rd with 19. Arab GSG in 4th with 10. Then RICO Infinity Team in 5th with 8, GUNZ Esports 6th with 7, RTG Esports in 7th with 6 points, and the Snipers in 8th with 6 points as well. Just 1 less placement point, but 1 more kill point compared to RTG Esports. And I'm actually surprised about RTG Esports' position as well. We've seen them actually be at the top of the leaderboard for the past few games, so this one's a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, but again, that is the beauty of Battle Royale. Like, every team has the same opportunity to step up and prove themselves. And of course, Falcons and Alpha Legends, they just grabbed that with everything they had. And I mean, even Fate, nice play there from them, securing 7 points in that match. I mean, that was just really well done. Falcons with the 8 and Alpha Legends with 12. I mean, 12 kills again. That is the same amount of points that you get for just placing in 2nd place. So, I mean, phenomenal stuff. And of course, now as we move into the 2nd page, you can see NASR Esports there in 9th place on 5 points. SUDOR sitting in 10th on 3. We got iKURD in 11th place on 2 points. We got Flare Loyal in 12th place on 1. Fanatic Zombies in 13th on 1. And then, of course, our Real Tiger 9 sitting in 14th on 1 point as well. And Galaxy Racer not getting any points this round. That's sad. But of course, well, yeah, they've got, well, they don't have any more opportunities. That was their last run. That was their last match.
It was, yeah. And I mean, same with it was Galaxy Racer's last match, but same with the RTG Esports, Flare Loyal Team, and the Snipers. And we'll take a look at that main overall leaderboard soon. And I have a feeling that I think that means that maybe some of these teams already aren't going to make it into the Super Weekend. But Galaxy Racer, I will say, they were the first team taken out, and it was by Alpha Legends. And we already went ahead and took a look at their kill points for that match. They had 12 kills, so Alpha Legends, they definitely went into that game on a mission. They wanted to get those points, and they clearly went ahead and succeeded. And let's take a look at those highlights. I'm sure we're going to see a lot coming out of them.
I mean, Alpha now just giving Galaxy Racer a taste of their own medicine right there. And this, of course, was our interesting fight we had all the way down into the south between iKURD, GUNZ, and then Fate that also swooped on in. But here we go, Fnatic now just finding a few shots there as well. We saw a lot of tough placements, especially with the zone, you know, being situated so far onto that western side, as well as so far up north. really forced a few hands off the teams here. So yeah, I mean, again, a very, very satisfying match. Just watching everybody go and fight for their place. This was, yeah, exceptionally well done once again. Oh, those nades. I just can't get over these nades. They are just so on point. Oh, and oh, the whole Fanatic Zombies just getting ripped to pieces. That was... Wow, that was... we don't see that very often.
Yeah, but just some really nice little lookout from the windows here that gave a lot of these teams that were in alpha early the opportunity to just look at everybody trying to push on in. And once teams are actually able to make it right up on alpha, it was a little bit more even. I mean, FalconsEsport, right when RTG got right up on top of them, it was really difficult for them to fight it out, but they're still able to go on ahead and win those fights. Alpha Legends, of course, striking once again, continuing to add on to their points, and NASR Esports getting involved really. When this next zone happened, I saw Fate Esports with the majority of the land. I was like, no way they're going to go on ahead and succeed in this situation. But unfortunately, maybe a little bit too spread out, maybe a little bit too much out in the open. Alpha Legends had a mission, and that just completely tore down Fate. It was one versus the rest of Falcons. So I'm not quite sure what could have been changed to be a little bit different, but let's take a look at our top players here for that game. You can see Jody from Alpha Legends with 1030 damage, 6 kills, and Chaos coming in right behind with 707 damage, 4 kills, 3 knocks. Demar from Falcons with those 3 assists, 2209 survive time, and then Leif from Fate coming in with 285, 3 kills, 1 assist, and 2152. Alpha Legends just really shined in terms of those individual stats there with those 12 kills overall, but Falcons themselves, they're able to play that really patiently inside of that Camp Alpha, and were able to succeed in the end to grab that 15 placement points.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Legends, they were legends in this past match. I mean, coming in with a really strong performance, picking up those 12 kills, you know, moving themselves up into second overall for that game. Absolutely exceptional stuff. But of course, you know, I'm so keen to see what this final match is going to do, because you were talking about this before we went into you know, the standings and the highlights from what we had in the past Sanhok map. So this is going to be the final run for Fanatic Zombies and SUDOR to try and get themselves back up into that super weekend. But of course, now let's jump into a little bit more of a breakdown. I mean, Alpha, again, we've seen them just coming in with an exceptional play. Falcons also an exceptional play, sitting up currently in second and third place. And I mean, Alpha being quite heavy on the damage, heavy on the kills, heavy on the knocks. I mean, it's no surprise to see them sitting there, but they're sitting though in third, not where we would have thought they would be, which is of course, you know, potentially maybe in second place, just based on the comparison there of the stats. So, I mean, Falcons' stats are a little bit lower, but of course, they've also been able to pick up 2 chicken dinners. So that really assists them in, you know, just staying that little bit ahead. And I mean, they are, what, a mere, that is 17 points ahead of Alpha Legends. So, I mean, it's working out in the Falcons camp. So definitely looking to see exactly who's going to try and step up in our final match of today. Of course, we're going to be heading back in towards Erangel. And this is where we're going to be seeing whether or not Fanatic Zombies and SUDOR will be joining us in the Super Weekend, or if they won't.
That's true. And actually, to finish up that point that you're making with Falcons Esports and Alpha Legends currently have 20 less placement points than Falcons Esports, about around 20. So it really is those chicken dinners and grabbing those more consistent placement points that's putting them in that second place position compared to Alpha Legends in third. Yeah, they're around that equal when it comes to kill points, but I mean, as everybody already knows, you really have to be gaining both. So Alpha Legends seems like they definitely can depend on their kills, but they need to start also trying to grab those top spots as well to get those placement points. And I already said at the beginning that I was going to be keeping an eye on some of those people down at the lower end of the leaderboard, and one of them, I mean, we'll see shortly. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep an eye on some of them coming into our last game, because I think some of them aren't playing anymore, and I think it might be a little bit too late, but I'm interested to see how Fanatic Zombies are going to do, but let's also take a look at that overall to see who exactly I might be talking about. Looks like RTG Esports continuing to hold on to that first place with a total of 115 points. Falcons Esports are going to grab second with a total of 98. Look at that, 52 placement points, 46 kill points, which Alpha Legends are about 20 below in terms of placement points, but still right up there with total points. I mean, in third with 81. GUNZ Esports now in fourth with 77. SCYTES in fifth with 71. Fate Esports in sixth with 68. And the Snipers actually tied there with 68. And then Arab GSG coming in on that 8th position with a total of 59. I mean, we could just take a look and see, honestly, the gameplay that each of these teams really going ahead and hold on to. RTG a little bit more even comparatively to the rest of these teams. And here's the second page, DK.
Yeah, and of course, we got the Galaxy Racers sitting up in 9th place there on 56 points. We've got iKURD Esports in 10th place on 55. Got a HOTLINE sitting in 11th on 51. We got NASR sitting in 12th place on 37. YaLLa in 13th on 37. Of course, RICO Infinity in 14th on 35. Ra'ad also in 35, but in 15th place. Then, of course, we got the players from Real Tiger 9 over in 16th place on 29 points. Quite a bit of a drop off. And then as we move into that final page, we've got the players here from SUDOR Esports sitting in 17th place on 25. Flare Loyal in 18th on 20 points. And then, of course, the Fanatic Zombies in 19th with 18 points in total. So, as I mentioned before, this is going to be that final opportunity for the players from SUDOR and, of course, the team from Fanatic Zombies to show us what they've got. But one thing that I want to point out, though, having just looked at the overall standings for the league days so far, is RTG and Alpha, right? They're sitting in 1st and 3rd place. RTG managed to secure that position with the addition of chicken dinners. Alright, that was a chicken dinner free performance to get up onto 115 points. That is just insane. But of course, Alpha Legends holding their own against all the chicken dinner winners right up there in 3rd place. I mean, that is really, really impressive to see the teams, you know, being able to bring in that kind of level of gameplay up against teams who've had one or two chicken dinners already. So yeah, I'm quite excited to see what this final match is going to be doing, because as we move into this match, RTG, they're not going to be playing, you know, so hopefully all the efforts they've put in will be enough for them to hold on to that position. You know, we know that they are safe in the Super Weekend. There's no chance. Yeah, there's no arguing that point. They've already made it in. But of course, now we wait to see exactly who all else will be joining them in the next Super Weekend.
We know one of the teams that's officially not going to be joining them is Flare Loyal Team. We went ahead, pointed them out in the overall standings, and they're also in the same group as RTG Esports. They're not going to be playing in this last game, and that means that they've played all 4 of their games for today, and they're not going to qualify for the Super Weekend. So at least one of our teams has already been confirmed, and as we know, we still have 2 teams left that need to be confirmed to not make it into the Super Weekend. So everybody around that turn point, around that 16th place, are definitely, hopefully, hyping themselves up right now. They need to go on ahead and play to the best of their ability going into our last game. And I mean, I'm interested to see how everybody is in fact going to be able to do going into this last game, knowing that, and a little bit of a change up. RTG Esports were doing so well, honestly, that maybe without them there, it's going to help some teams out a little bit. And I'm looking forward to see who is going to make it and who's not. So we already went ahead and talked about it as well. Whoever makes it in the Super Weekend, it's going to be big for them to actually make it into the finals.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, as we now move up in towards the game, we are going to be seeing what these players will bring it to this match. And of course, this is going to be their final opportunity. I mean, SUDOR, they've got only 4 points to go to sit tied up with Real Tiger 9. So if they are able to bring in 5 points, they'll leapfrog just above the players from Real Tiger. And of course, Falcons, they've got about 11, possibly 12 to make it up in towards 16. So one good game from Falcons could secure them that play, that finish up in towards the next Super Weekend. But now we wait to see where the teams are going to be going with this flight path over on the western side.
Super far to the western side, just as you said. That means if anybody wants to go around Prisoner Lipovka or Kameshki, it's going to be a little bit of a drive to get on over there. But again, interested to see where the first zone is going to go to. If it goes by the plane path, you might be happy. If it goes around Chopsticks once again, but we'll just have to wait and see. In this situation, if it hard shifts over to the eastern side, we're about to be in for a wild ride.
Yep, and of course, you know, if they want to go east, it is going to be a wild ride to get all the way over there and all the way back up into wherever the zone chooses to go. But of course, the team's now dropping down as expected over on the side. And, well, okay, never mind. It's not going to be such a wild ride anymore to go east. It's now going to be essential to go east. But the last time we saw an east zone shift like this, you know where it ended up.
Water. Let's hope that it doesn't do that again. Maybe it's a little bit more on land this time. Rozhawk is still inside of it. So hopefully this zone does not go on ahead and do that. But what we will see is, in fact, a lot of these teams going over to the western side. They're in for some big rotations coming on in here very shortly. I'm kind of hoping for something a little bit different. We haven't quite seen a Yasnaya around there ending. Yasnaya field. The little yellows down in that field as well. So I'm hoping for something over there personally, but obviously I'm not in charge of the circle, so I'm just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're all just going to have to wait and see where this decides to go. But of course, now is looting phase. All the teams going to go about their business, get themselves up into a good setup for the coming zone, the coming phase. And of course, you can already see a few rotations starting to come in there, especially up in towards the northern reaches, as we see a few teams trickling on in towards zone. But NASR, they're quite comfortable already in the zone. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to try and make their plays. Of course, now just heading east there from the school's apartments. And of course, HOTLINE sitting over in towards Chopsticks. They are quite some distance away from the zone. Also going through their looting phase. So definitely waiting to see where the teams are going to try and rotate up into. As that eastern side play could be quite interesting. But I highly doubt we're going to have another water finish.
Again, I hope not. It's like, at this point, this is the last game of the league play. I'm hoping to have really nice zones. It's still being challenging with all these teams. I want to see what they're going to be able to accomplish with the difficult zone play, but obviously not impossible zones I'm hoping for. And it also already looks like Fanatic Zombies might be maybe at least just saving one of their teammates, but potentially just making an early rotation as well. I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be performing inside of this game, because as we know, they're currently towards that bottom side of this league play leaderboard, and they need to go ahead and have an amazing game to be able to qualify.
Yeah, they're going to have an exceptional game to make it all the way on through. But now, you know, everybody is, they know what is at stake. So I'm expecting things to be pretty interesting, you know, especially as the teams now have their last opportunity just to bring in those additional points. But of course, as we now jump up onto the Fanatic Zombies, you can see them now being caught in a bit of a position here. HOTLINE are driving right past them, trying to drive a bit of a wedge in between them, as we got Molto now just up on the top side here, pushing on towards Mexico. So let's see whether or not the players here from Fnatic will be able to acquire any additional points. It is going to be absolutely essential for them if they want, well, if they want to get into Super Weekend. I know they want to, but now it's more a case of will they be able to.
Yeah, exactly. Have they gone ahead, changed their attitude so they have that game plan to be able to go ahead and succeed? It does look like maybe they're being a tiny bit more aggressive already, trying to take some shots towards HOTLINE, but not entirely crashing onto it. I mean, they have to be careful taking early fights in this situation, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they pull off of this. HOTLINE Esports clearly not wanting to actually engage in this or pulling off themselves, but here we go. Fanatic Zombies on the move once again, but it looks like they're just pulling into that Comet's compound as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, some tough decisions need to be made here. As you can see, HOTLINE, of course, now just crashing onto the side here of Fate. Reef now not even bothering to stay in his vehicle. He gets right on out, but of course pays the price for that rotation as Bood finds the hits on in Mexico now. Rotating up a little bit further. As you can see, they're now trying to make their way up into a good position to try and find a few easy points along the way. As you can see, Reef still just bleeding out up ahead. But the players there from HOTLINE, they're now positioned on just the foothills there of Everest. But of course now, this is where Fanatic Zombies need to be very calculated in their decisions.
Looks like one of Chill's decisions is in fact to go on ahead and secure that kill point, which is very important. It's huge. They need to go on ahead and grab that for themselves. Instantly hiding out a little bit of a hay bale. It might be a little bit pushing it, trying to loot the body, especially with some of the HOTLINE members so close by, but seems like they're very much distracted off over to the western side. Oh, did I just see a vehicle fly in the background there?
Hey, welcome to PUBG Mobile. That is what it is, and we're going to be seeing a lot of interesting things still happening. HOTLINE, of course, now just securing a few more vehicles as they get ready for their lovely rotation all the way over on towards that far eastern side. But Molto just grabbing a little bit of fuel, you know, prioritizing fuel. Otherwise, without it, you can't really reach all the way across. You're going to have to take that long, treacherous run. But Thanos now just quickly evading the shots they're coming in from Lath. But of course, now moving off further in towards the distance. As you can see, Thanos now just regrouping back up with the rest of the team. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly where HOTLINE is going to try and rotate on into. But of course, also curious to see where Faith is going to be going.
It does look like Lath himself doesn't have any sort of vehicle, it seems. He's trying to make some sort of rotation up towards Everest, probably just following this road. Maybe he's hoping to find a vehicle somewhere along it. But as of right now, he's a little bit alone. Meanwhile, here comes Blue Zone. He ran straight into it. HOTLINE Esports now taking some damage themselves. They are the ones that have collected all the vehicles already, so hopefully they'll be able to grab them and start getting out of there. They don't want to take too much damage to make them waste all of their meds, so they're going to start making that first rotation. And let's see if they're going to be able to find a nice spot inside the zone. It looks like Thanos is actually waiting a tiny bit. And meanwhile, a little bit further is YaLLa, who's also trying to get inside of this next zone. Blue Zone almost catching up to them.
Yeah, some interesting things coming in. And of course, we know this Blue Zone is pretty ruthless. Well, not so much in the early game, but especially as we get into those later phases. So, yeah, the teams now knowing that they need to rotate on in. YaLLa, of course, making their way on up as well. It's going to be interesting, definitely, to see where YaLLa is going to try and move on up into. I mean, they've been performing pretty well over the past few games. Not exceptionally just yet, but of course, maybe this is the one where we see those insane plays coming in from the side there of YaLLa, as we did see in the previous match. YaLLa, of course, you know, getting sent back in, well, not the most ideal position. Well, they weren't playing the previous one. They were playing the one before that, in which they, of course, got sent back in 14th place. So they're now trying to come back a little bit stronger in their, you know, in their second chance on Erangel.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to go ahead and do something well, and they've already found themselves the bridge directly above Raw's Hawks. They are one of the first people coming up on that northwestern side to make a rotation into the mainland, so they should hopefully be able to find something really nice to be able to play. And Fanatic Zombies, the other team that we want to keep an eye on, it looks like they're kind of stuck here with the rest of Fate. They could potentially be trying to surround them, or it looks like Banana isn't even aware of Fate's existence, but that spray coming in from this Sawi is definitely going to let Fanatic Zombies know of their position.
Oh, now let's see how Fate... Oh, there we go. There we go. Sending some nades on in. Banana now getting a little bit of additional damage coming in. Chill's still looking pretty chill. Just up on the hill here. We got Fate scattered in between the players here from the Fanatic. Oh, Zombies as Bood gets picked on up with that beautiful DP shots coming in there from Ragnarok. Of course, now taking his 5 minutes to reload the weapon. But of course, this is where Sawi now becomes an essential part of the equation. Now their teammate Lath now joining up in from the north to apply that additional bit of pressure onto the side of Fnatic. As you can see, Lath now picking up Banana.
Ooh.
Let's see, will Lath now be able to continue on as the players there from Fanatic Zombies are now sitting on a mere one remaining hopeful. That, of course, being Chills, who's now just disengaged and rotated back up in towards that zone. But, of course, the players from HOTLINE also come swooping in over on the edge of the zone, just trying to secure themselves another potential angle. But up comes Mumbai now right there on the edge, Thanos. And, of course, Moltu now on the far side. Oh, they swoop down on towards Fate, start sending those shots in. Nothing too aggressive just yet. Also just trying to clear their own way to get in towards that zone.
Oh man, Fanatic Zombies, they need to have an amazing game, and we'll have to see if he's going to be able to attain that with a solo. And Fate Esports being able to pick up 3 kills so far. They only ended up losing 1 member, so not entirely terrible. So far, so good. And HOTLINE Esports, it seems like they're interested in holding this out a little bit. One of them still moving towards the zone, though, because as we know, this is currently happening outside of this next zone. They're about to be taking some blue damage, and Fate Esports, they kind of just have to wait to see when HOTLINE leave, because if they try to leave any other way, HOTLINE Esports should be able to spot them out, and it looks like now HOTLINE has lost interest.
Yeah, but of course, they also need to focus on securing a position in this phase. You know, there's no point in staying out in the blue zone too long, you know, or just playing on the edge of that zone. It's better to try and move in, secure a position for the coming phase. Then you don't have to try and rotate as much. And it's not as a riskier play to then try and execute from that point on. But of course, now we look over towards the map to see where the teams currently are situated. In the center zone, a nice concentration of players there, but of course we wait to see where this next shift is going to be taking us and who will have the better positioning already then in that phase, and whether or not the teams will try to improve their positionings as we see that zone now shifting up once again over towards the eastern side, centering up over towards Mansion and Prison. So this is definitely going to be a very, very interesting region for these teams to play in.
I mean, yeah, this was actually the side that had the least amount of people. Everybody instantly grabbing their vehicles. You can see all the steering wheels popping up in their little colors. Everybody instantly is making a move. This is a hard shift, so they should know that the very end side of it is open. So if they're close to it, they definitely want to go ahead and achieve a better position. Everybody else on the far edge, they want to start making a move up on that north or southern side and try and find themselves a spot to play in at all, because otherwise they're going to be caught out on the edges with a ton of other teams all fighting it out to try and get inside. And yep, here we go. Real Tiger 9 seemed to be the first one sending it straight through the very center of this new zone. A bunch of people taking shots at them. In this situation, hard shifts are so difficult to go ahead and traverse, especially if not all the time you have the entire knowledge of what's happening inside of the new zone.
Yep, and that of course is where the positioning comes in, or even, you know, just those off angles coming in. But of course now Falcons and the players here from Alpha exchanging a few shots between them. As you can see, the players here from Falcons now sitting on 2 as Damar and Never Alone are the 2 hopefuls. The rest of the players, of course, being knocked on out. They're moving up to try and pull off those reses. Captain now keeping a very watchful eye there as the rest of the squad from Alpha just comes crashing on in Chaos. Now just jumping out of that vehicle in crazy fashion, but gets picked up, as well as Jody. A few more hits now finding their way on through, and Alpha now sitting on only 1 player as the pressure is just quite a bit over on the edge of the zone up in the north, of course. As you can see, Captain now just quickly trying to disengage from this, trying to secure the positional plays there for the team in those later phases. Kaito now being left behind, as we got Captain just relocating. But of course Falcons now back up to 4 once again, now playing the numbers game, and of course they're going to try and get that confirm on towards Mr. Kaito there from Alpha. So definitely a bit of a challenging start for Alpha. They've had a few strong runs already, so it's probably okay if this one isn't as strong. But here we go now, RICO Infinity turning their attentions down over towards the players there from Real Tiger 9. So again, an interesting match up about to find its way on through, and we look to see exactly how RICO Infinity will be playing this one, as they've not had the hottest running so far yet today.
No, they haven't. They're close to that little edge marker there. I don't know if they're in complete danger, but I definitely know Real Tiger 9 is a little bit of danger too. And as you can see there, he's just going to go on ahead and start cleaning them up. That means there's only about, how many left? 1 or 2 people left for?
Yeah, just the one.
For Real Tiger 9?
Just
Yeah,
the
it's just
one.
under ramp.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, ramp now, ramping up. That nade sends it over, runs into one, explodes right out the door. Oh, Khalid picks it up. Another nade follows on through, and Real Tiger 9 gets back into the lobby. But of course now, RICO and Affinity off to a strong start so far. 4 kills under the belt, and of course, hopefully a few more still to come, as we can see the players here from Arab GSG now starting to circle on in. We got iKURD also just up ahead, but now we jump up to the western side of the zone, where Ra'ad is trying to find their own entry point in towards prison. And of course, the players here from SUDOR very willing to welcome them into prison, just opening their scopes, opening their barrels, sending down all the lead. But SCYTES also now positioned over on that eastern side, so really tough position actually for Ra'ad to move into.
I mean, down here inside of prison definitely provides them some cover, but if they're hoping to get in any sort of fight or maybe even make an easy rotation out later on, it's going to be very difficult too. Everybody above them, above this bowl, are going to be just able to look down upon them. They're going to be stuck for a little bit until their attention is on somewhere else. Meanwhile, GUNZ Esports, they're coming in on this northern side, tossing a ton of util towards GSG. We can see they're already taken down at least one so far.
Oh, man, and this is going to be a bit of a bloody fight. Just looking at this positioning where the zone is centered up once again, I mean, it is going to be tough. But of course, we wait to see where the next phase is going to be taking us. But I mean, the kill feed is lighting up head after head after head. As you can see, the players here from Ra'ad now still just trying to secure the prison for the time being. We got a hotline just up above. Of course, battling it out. Fanatic Zombies gets sent into the lobby. But now, SUDOR just up in the south here. You can see SK now just trying to secure that vehicle once again. Arab GSG getting picked up as well. NASR holding that angle, but it's a really tightening up over towards prison. But GUNZ still getting caught up in a bit of a difficult position here with the players from iKURD. They got one on the one side and the rest of the squad on the opposite as Rawan now gets knocked and out. S-Rod still holding strong, and of course GUNZ out in the open. A really challenging play for them. I don't even know where Lord is. He's down... Oh, there he is. Okay, he snapped back into position. Oh, the beauty of spectator mode.
Yeah, but of course, here we go. Still continuing to push off of this. It looks like iKURD is there. He's able to provide some cover from far away. He's inside these little trenches down to the southern side, trying to protect the teammates. But as we can see here, maybe not entirely working out still. As he spotted out Hamady there. He almost gets the knock, but oh my goodness, he just barely doesn't get it.
Oh, he was, I don't even know how to explain how close that was there for Hamady, but of course now, up comes Rawan with that Mach 14 in burst mode. Oh, Freak picks up a few more. Let's see now whether or not the GUNZ will be able to secure this as iKURD. Helm End is now just trying to inch his way forward. You can see Freak now trying to get over towards Lord. Hamady now managing to recover a little bit of health. Fate gets sent back into the lobby. 11 teams remain, and of course iKURD still focusing all their efforts onto the side there of the players from GUNZ. But now iKURD has been reduced down to only 2. That is Azza and Helm End. And as we jump up in towards prison, we see the players here from Ra'ad and Alpha still battling it out, but they need to get into zone. Fortunately, a small section of prison is in the next phase. But here we go, Ra'ad now applying the pressure on it towards Captain there for Alpha. Let's see, will Munir be able to find that angle, find those heads, and potentially send the players from Alpha back into the lobby. It is going to be a tough call either way for Munir to make. But Alpha sitting only on one player from what we can see there. Of course, SUDOR's making their way around as well. Ra'ad now still looking very comfortable sitting on all 4 players. SUDOR's also still on all 4 players. But here we go. This could be the final play for Captain as he now gets cornered on the side of the wall. Sadad now figures out where he is and it comes in to apply the pressure. Beautiful play though coming in from Captain. Picks up the knock on Sadad but gets sent back at the hand of Munir. Beautifully executed there on the side of Ra'ad. But now as we jump back up top, we see the players here from HOTLINE applying the pressure on towards NASR. Omar now cooking up the nade, trying to send it over towards Batika. Will he pick it up? It's going to be close. Finds quite a bit of damage. Not confirming the kill just yet, but here we go. A bit of a dance. Oh, Batika holds them off a little while longer, but gets knocked out very shortly after that. Now it is up to Miracle Will we see a miracle come in there from NASR, or will HOTLINE close it up all the way through? As you can see, Miracle is positioned off very close to center zone. So it is going to be an interesting play there, especially for Miracle. I was curious to see whether or not he'll be able to make it all the way on through. But, I mean, we see a few stragglers now coming in. NASR sitting on one. We got YaLLa sitting on one. And, of course, the pressure is still just going all the way up in prison.
And here comes GUNZ. We already know that they are killing machines. They're so good at team fighting. This crash had to have happened. They're coming from the northern side after a fight with iKURD, already getting some knocks onto SUDOR, and very shortly an entirely other team. And we know SUDOR, they actually have to be doing really well this game, so 2 more left inside of prison. They need to win this fight against Ra'ad. Meanwhile, Falcons getting the knocks onto GUNZ, and iKURD on the northern side get taken out too. But oh, Hamidi in a 1v1 fight versus Falcon.
Come on, it's going to be so close. I mean, GUNZ and Falcons, they've been going at each other for a little while now, so it's good to see those fights continuing once again, them finding each other on the map here. But now, you see Ra'ad still trying to hold on to their position over in towards prison. SUDOR still also just hanging around. The shots get picked on up by the sites. Beautiful play, but of course they strike in towards the players there from Ra'ad as well, causing a little bit of a disruption onto the end there. But now GUNZ and the Falcons still exchanging their own shots, with the sites now also moving in, coming in with a potential third party. So this is definitely going to be a very, very interesting play for all 3 of these teams here.
Ra'ad needs to figure out a way to push out of this bull as fast as possible, and that means GUNZ Esports is probably going to start getting pinched. So GUNZ themselves, they need to start really pushing onto Falcons before that happens to themselves. They need to clear this path so that they can get helped. It does look like somebody is, in fact, above them, might be looking down on top. It is going to be SCYTES, so SCYTES might be able to hold off Ra'ad for GUNZ Esports, but the zone will be coming in shortly, and everybody wants to be on top of the rocks where SCYTES is before that zone is officially closed.
Yeah, it is going to be hard property, but of course now Ra'ad trying to make their play, trying to get a better positioning out of prison. Even considering moving up onto the edge, you can see Delhop now taking up that angle there. Sadat also just huddled up into the compound, finds a beautiful one on towards Phobia. Now Ghost is still just up ahead, still lingering on the ridge line here, but of course Ghost now tries to put a few shots down in towards GUNZ, but this is going to be a really, really tough angle. Of course, Falcons still just holding on to their very own angle here, keeping an eye on GUNZ, waiting to strike fear in towards them. Here we go, steps on in. Will that be enough? Lord takes a little bit of damage. Oh, Lamar finds the hits, picks up GUNZ, off they go, but SCYTES now come in with a beautiful third body on top of that. But of course RICO Infinity is moving in as well, coming into the northern portion of the zone. As you can see, Ragnar now centering up beautifully in the zone. Now HOTLINE still holding on towards the south, but this eastern side still being heavily contested. Ra'ad figuring that the only play they can make at this stage is just trying to hug the edge of those cliffs, as it's going to be a really tough rotation to rotate out of this prison section.
Yeah, they did not go ahead and make the push up in time. We could see that it's going to be really difficult for them to be able to make a push through. I don't think that they have enough meds or enough time to be able to run through blue to actually get up the hill. So at this point, it is just a waiting game. They're hoping everybody above them gets into a fight as fast as possible, because there's only 6 teams left. They could go ahead and grab a lot of placement points, but it's down to the discretion of everybody around them, especially RICO Infinity team pulling in from that compound up there on that northeastern side, now outside in blue. They're able to just pull up onto this coast here, and they could potentially third party the fight that continues between Falcon and SCYTES if they're waiting for it. And you can see that they're slowly creeping forward, and they will get in a position to do so soon.
It's gonna be tough. I mean, we got YaLLa also still in place. You can see Bandar there up in the north, just in the blue zone, taking quite a bit of damage, about to succumb to the hits. But here we go, Falcons and SCYTES now stepping in. Whoa, RICO Infinity saves it for SCYTES. What a play that was, though. But of course now they got eliminated, and here we go. Here we are. can see Hotline keeping a very watchful eye there. Ra'ad now trying to survive as long as they possibly can, but Hotline steps on in, finds the shot in towards RICO Infinity, and this is going to be that final showdown. Falcons down to only one, Damar being the last player for them, and of course RICO Infinity now feeling the pressure as Hotline Mumbai comes in with a beautiful spray across. Now we wait to see exactly how this one is gonna go. Who will be the team? You can see, of course, the players there from Ra'ad down in the right-hand side. But YaLLa gets spotted by Mumbai. Bandar finds the hit in. Omar now getting ready to move on up. Just prepping a little bit there. Trying to send up a few utils as well now. Let's see whether or not Hotline will be able to make it out of this one as YaLLa gets picked on up. Ragnar finds the hit. And of course, Ra'ad Sadat now just trying to out-heal this blue zone. No other way out of this one just yet. Of course, we're pretty sure that they are going to succumb to the blue. However, now we see the players from RICO Infinity. We got Hotline and, of course, the Falcons up on the plateau, left to fight it out for that chicken dinner. Falcons sitting on 8 kills. Hotline sitting on 6 at the current moment. And, of course, RICO Infinity sitting on 9. So some really impressive kill counts already on the board for the 3 teams up on the ridgeline. However, we see the players here from Ra'ad not looking too fantastic. I mean, caught in the blue, only 3 kills for them at the current moment. I don't think Sadat will be able to pick up anything, but though he has quite a bit of meds at his disposal, so definitely something that could maybe award him a decent positioning. But of course, now Hotline, they're trying to secure their southern position right here alongside the players from RICO Infinity. Omar now gets up. He got blinded by a flashbang getting sent on in. Oh, Sadat gets taken by the blue and off goes Ra'ad. Good night and farewell, my friends. But of course, the 3 final teams now left to fight it out. Falcons sitting on 1. We've got the players there from Hotline sitting on 2, and RICO Infinity sitting strong on still 3 players in this match. So this has now come down to a numbers game. As you can see, RICO Infinity keeping a watchful eye there, spots out a bit of movement on the side of Hotline. Omar has been detected. Mumbai also not just yet. Oh, the shots coming in. Mumbai taking a few in the foot, but manages to get up to secure his feet for a little while longer as we wait to see where this next shift is going to go. The blue zone about to start closing in momentarily. Falcon just riding the edge of the zone. Needs to now get up and make a dash for it if he wants to stay in this fight. This is the final showdown. The last 3 teams left to battle it out. Oh, there we go. Damar gets picked up. Falcons finish off in 3rd place. RICO Infinity 3-man team up against the 2 players remaining for Hotline. Mumbai still keeping a very watchful eye there. Omar gets picked on up. Could this be the final play? Yes, indeed it is, as they get sent back into the lobby. RICO Infinity, wow, eventually comes in with a chicken dinner again. It is about time, but it is so pleasing to see them secure a chicken dinner. Well done.
They're the team that we've been keeping an eye on in the last Super Weekend, and we were a little bit surprised by their performance in these first few games. So this one ending it off strong, it seems, and we'll be able to see where that leaves them on the main leaderboard very shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. We just watched our final match of league play here for week 3, and man oh man was it a spicy match. Of course, we saw the players there from RICO Infinity stepping up, claiming the chicken dinner, and it was about a high time that we saw that happen again. And of course, we're going to be jumping up into the stats of that match just to see what it wrapped up as. And you can see RICO Infinity securing themselves 27 points in pole position with 12 kills. HOTLINE Esports coming into second on 18 points. We got FalconsEsport in third place, also sitting on 18 points. We got Ra'ad finishing in fourth on 11. We got the SCYTES over in fifth on 9. We got GUNZ in sixth, also then on 9 points. YaLLa Esports coming into seventh on 7 points. We got the players there from NASR Esports, of course, securing 8th place with 5 points. So a pretty tough match that we had in this last one, don't you think, Span?
I definitely think so, and honestly, RICO Infinity team, I'm surprised that they were able to make it from that compound up onto the hill as well. I had a feeling, like when I first looked at it, I was going to be like, wow, they're going to have a time trying to get up on that hill because there are already so many teams up there, but because of so many teams being directly beside each other, so occupied with each other, that RICO Infinity team was just able to leave that compound and come up on the hill, and from there, they still had all 4 up because they were protected from the hard cover and just going ahead and wipe out the rest of the teams that had been fighting a lot. So iKURD Esports coming in on 9th place with a total of 4 points, actually completely tied with Fate Esports coming in 10th, then SUDOR Esports in 11th with 2, Alpha Legends and Fanatic Zombies each with 1 point, and then ArabGSG and Real Tiger 9 coming in that 14th and 15th place slot. And of course, our damage chart, just take a look at that. GUNZ were able to do 2084 damage, but only pick up 7 kills. And look at RICO Infinity team. Because of their spot inside of there, it looks like they weren't able to do too much damage, but when it finally mattered, coming up and getting those few kills, I mean, they got 1560 damage and 12 kills.
Yeah, that's a really strong conversion rate for them, and it really benefited the players from RICO Infinity. So once again, you know, positioning being absolutely crucial, as we've seen match after match. That is where it pays off, and RICO Infinity just found themselves really well situated within that zone. They were able to take the necessary shots and of course got maximum amount of kills from the damage that they were causing.
Let's go on ahead and take a look at our players as well from that match. Of course, Mumbai from HOTLINE Esports, 2703 total survive time with 992 damage done. Then Damar coming in for FalconsEsport, 925 damage, 5 kills, and it's Hamady with the 1086. Big damage coming out of that game. The 3 kills, the 4 assists, and Khalid from RICO Infinity team was able to do 614 damage, 5 kills, the most 5 kills, actually tied with Damar in 3 assists in that situation. So all of the teams that are able to bring themselves up into those top few positions, of course, are going to be the top players as well.
Yeah, it was a really, really pleasant match to watch. I mean, like I said, and I've said it all day, and I'm going to say it again, I'm really impressed with how the teams have been playing here today. This has been by far my favorite day in the league plays. This has been an absolutely exceptional performance that we had across the board. The team's really delivering on the action, those calculated maneuvers. You know, it was just amazing to watch. I mean, let's look at RICO Infinity. You know, the team that we had pulling in that chicken dinner in the last match. Of course, coming in there on 1560 damage, 613 health recovered, 27 points in total, and then of course bringing in 12 kills along that. I mean, it's such a balanced lobby in my opinion, you know, that we had. You know, it was so difficult to really have a team that was just absolutely dominating. You know, it was really balanced. Even if we look at the overall standings, which we'll be having a look at in you know, a few moments time, the chicken dinner spread that we had as well, you know, just going in from yesterday up to today, I mean, just by a quick look at it, we had around about 7 teams winning chicken dinners. I mean, that speaks to the capabilities of these teams, just how close the competition is across the board.
And there's even some teams at the top of the leaderboard that don't have a chicken dinner whatsoever, and they're still able to be so consistent, getting into those top placements and getting enough kills that they're still up there along with those teams that were able to get the chicken dinner. The only thing though is that, yeah, that's okay for these qualifying rounds. You will qualify into the super weekends, but going into the super weekend, that's not, I mean, it'll help you for getting into finals, but it won't help you if you're hoping to win some of that prizing. You want to go on ahead and get those chickens, and going into finals as well, you kind of have to be able to close it out, if you know what I mean. If you're going to make it up into those high positions, I want to start seeing some of those teams that are able to make it up there start winning the games as well.
Yeah, but I mean, so the most ideal thing would be to see, you know, the performances that we've seen in league play, the strong performances translate over in towards that super weekend play, because that's ideally what would be quite beneficial to have. But of course, we know that's not the case. You know, we know teams that play exceptionally strong in league play, we don't always see that translate in towards super weekend. But who knows? Next super weekend, things could be completely different. I mean, anything can still happen. The teams can at any point decide, you know, like, you know what, we're just going to give it our absolute best and just step up and bring in that next level performance. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see what that overall leaderboard then looks like, and which teams will be the teams that we'll be seeing moving up in and towards our last super weekend before we get to the finals. So quite a bit of exciting things still to come, as you know, the league play has now pretty much come to an end. So whatever the teams have done to this point, that is it. There's no other opportunities really left for them to get back up into super weekend. So yeah, I'm quite excited to see what this last super weekend is going to bring. And of course, after that, it is going to be time for finals, and it is going to be spicy.
Oh, it really is. I mean, that's what all these teams have been building up for. Honestly, the league play, obviously, they're kind of just warming up to each other and just qualifying for that super weekend. The super weekend, I already said, it's kind of like more of that like practice. Like, okay, these are the teams that we have to start watching out for. This is how we need to go ahead and play that game, get the most amount of points. Like, it kind of gives us an idea of who's going to go on ahead and do well in the finals. And that's why it goes on ahead and shows us the MVP of each super weekend as well, because there's an MVP like award going into finals as well. So super weekends definitely give us an idea of finals, but first of all, teams had to make it there in the first place. And whatever three teams, honestly, that didn't go on ahead and make it into this last super weekend, they're at huge risk of not making it into the finals. Like we already talked about it, the leaderboard is so close that anybody who didn't make it into this last super weekend are just at a huge disadvantage, and I'm a little bit worried for them in their standings.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the performances between the teams from last week and this week, you know, it's almost like night and day. But of course, we're going to be moving up into some of you know, our MVP players there. As you can see, Damar coming in, staying mysterious for the Falcon team, claiming an average of 674 damage, average of 2.5 kills, and an average survive time of 22 minutes and 18 seconds. So some really strong stats coming in there, and of course, well done to Damar there from the Falcon side for claiming that MVP. Well deserved. And of course, I mean, Falcons have really showed up again this week. Last week wasn't the most ideal week for them. We did see them finishing up in 18th place in the league play. Now this week, coming back really strong, and expecting a continuation on that, of course, in Super Weekend. As we saw, first Super Weekend, exceptional performance. Now hoping to see that again in, you know, if they go through onto the third Super Weekend, hoping to see that, because we didn't see them on the second Super Weekend. So yeah, I'm expecting things to be pretty interesting in this final Super Weekend.
I mean, yeah, they were at the very top spot, but since they didn't qualify for the second super weekend, maybe it kind of like shook them, like, oh my goodness, just 15 games could go on ahead and be so detrimental to our standings. We saw them like slowly go down and down and down that leaderboard. If they didn't make it the second time again, they would have just gone down potentially the same amount of spaces, and I think that meant that they wouldn't have qualified. So them potentially, I mean, we pretty much know that they went on ahead and got into this last super weekend. I'm interested to see how much further they're going to be able able to gain back because they were such a powerhouse the first week. How are they going to go on ahead and handle the teams that have now jumped above them? One of them being specifically GUNZ, because they're currently the team in that first place spot after the first 2 super weekends.
It's going to be tough, I can tell you that. I mean, the Falcons came in, at the top of that first super weekend. They got moved down all the way down to 7th place, just with the performances coming in from the teams that were in that super weekend. So yeah, it is going to be absolutely essential for them to step up to the plate once again in the super weekend and bring that A-class performance that we saw in the first week. But of course now, having them join the super weekend and already looking at just how the players from GUNZ were performing in the past weekend, it's going to be so exciting to watch these two teams face it off on the super weekend. I mean, I'm expecting some big plays, some big moves coming in. And of course, we're going to be looking at the total kills just to show you how aggressive some of the players have been over in the league players. You can see, of course, there's Senku coming in on 19. We got Damar in second on 18. We got Jody on 16. We got Last from Falcons also on 16. El Chapo there from RTG in 5th with 15. Amodi, Chaos, and MJ coming in on 14 apiece, of course, from GUNZ, Alpha Legends, and Galaxy Racer. And, of course, Marshall and Khalid on 13 apiece from the players there of RTG and RICO Infinity. So RICO Infinity have an exceptional game in the past match, but only managing to move up into 10th place on the overall kills, having one of their players represented there. So that just comes to show how tough the competition is. But of course, as we've been talking now about how the teams have been faring, league play versus super weekend, yes, I definitely think this final super weekend is going to be the one to watch. It is definitely going to be the one to watch.
It is. And let's take a look at the top players of today as well, because that might help us out in seeing who those MVPs are for the super weekend. We can see that our top player, Damar, with 590 total damage, a little bit of average 2.25, and the most survive time with 21:37, and that's from FalconsEsport. Then Senku from RTG, that first place person with the most amount of those kills, 432 damage, 2.38 points. Hamity from GUNZ now in that 3rd spot, then Jody and Chaos, both from Alpha Legends. So it looks like we have 2 people from Alpha Legends jumping on the board. Meanwhile, the other 3 people are from completely different teams. Usually we at least see multiple people from one team show up on the board.
Yeah, but again, that just strengthens the point that I was making about how tough this competition is between these players and how they are finding themselves currently within this, because I mean, it is super challenging, super tough to, let alone be seen as the top player for a particular match, but also, having your team represented in there is just like next level kind of thing. And of course, that also helps us get up in towards our MVP. So yeah, identifying the MVP in the super weekend already is going to be a pretty tough one to do, but as we know, it can still swing either way. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what is going to happen on that and who's going to be the team to come out victorious after the super weekend. But also then the other side of the coin that we're going to be looking at is which teams won't be the ones to make it up. And of course, speaking of which, we're going to be jumping into our overall standings just to see where the teams are and which teams will be joining us in the super weekend. You of course see the Falcons moving up from 2nd into pole position on 2 chicken dinners and 116 points. We've got RTG then being moved down to 2nd place, of course, on 115 points. Then a little bit further down the board, we've got the players there from GUNZ Esports in 3rd on 86 points. Alpha Legends in 4th place on 82. We got the SCYTES moving up 5 spots into 5th place on 80 points. We got Fate Esports moving up 1 into 6 on 72. We got HOTLINE moving up 5 into 7th place there with 69 points. The Snipers moving up 1 into 8th place on 68. So this first page is looking pretty close, but of course there is another page left to go to see who will be the teams joining us in this 3rd super weekend.
and we'll be able to take a look at that shortly. And I mean, just taking a look at the kill points to placement points, we already went ahead and talked about it, who is really consistent in terms of those things. We see FalconsEsport actually goes ahead, grabs a lot more placement compared to kill points, while RTG, they're a little bit more even in terms of grabbing both placement and kill points. The thing is that it'll be interesting to see how that goes on ahead and affects their super weekend. But also the rest of the teams that are qualifying for said super weekend is RICO Infinity team in 9th place with a total of 62 points. iKURD Esports in 10th with 59. FGSG actually in 11th, tied there with 59. Both those teams unfortunately dropping down 7 and 6 places. Galaxy Racer jumping down 4, but still in 12th place with 56. Then Raad in 13 with 46, jumping up 2. YaLLa Esports in 14th with 44. NASR Esports in 15th with 42 as well. And Real Tiger 9, well, look at that, jumps up 1 space to grab that last 16th spot with a total of 29 total points. That unfortunately means that SUDOR Esports are going to go down 1 in 17th place and 27 total points. Fleur Loyal team in 18th with 20 and Fanatic Zombies in 19th with 19. Unfortunately, SUDOR, Fleur Loyal, and Fanatic Zombies are going to be the 3 teams that do not qualify for our very last super weekend.
Yeah, and of course, there we have it. There we have it. We know who our teams are that will be making it through. So it's definitely quite interesting to see. But what's also interesting to note is the team currently sitting in 2nd place overall on the super weekend stats. Right? That is the players from SUDOR. They're not making it through into that final super weekend. So, I mean, from what we've seen on the super weekend, they've been able to acquire quite a bit of points. 269 points. So, I'm pretty sure that is going to be enough to secure them a spot in the finals weekend. But of course, what is going to be interesting as well is just to see how the remaining teams are going to be performing, because I mean, Fanatic Zombies currently sitting at the bottom of the overall board as well. So this is the opportunity now for Arab GSG and the Snipers to come into that super weekend to give that performance and strengthen their overall standings to move up potentially into the finals for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot at stake as we move into this final super weekend.
And even Fleur Loyal, they were 15th overall, now not being able to play in the last super weekend. That definitely just gives the 3 teams below them a huge opportunity to go ahead and jump over them. So honestly, Fleur Loyal and Fanatic Zombies, this really was their last chance to go ahead and make it into finals, and they're not too far behind. I think they're 17 points away from that 17th place spot. 17 points attainable in 15 games is highly possible. So unfortunately, just qualifying for every super weekend or as many as possible, as we can tell here just from that example, is very important. And I mean, that being said, I'm still excited to see how those last standings are going to be going into our super weekend and into finals, because it will give us some sort of an idea of what to expect for finals, or maybe if one of these teams are going to go on ahead and exceed some of our expectations.
Yeah, I can tell you it's definitely going to be tough. But I mean, looking at just what we saw in this week's matches so far, I mean, RTG, they've built up a nice bit of aggression as we saw throughout the days. You know, yesterday and today's matches, they were able to bring in 59, almost making it up in towards 16. Of course, Falcons also finishing off exceptionally strong there on 54 points. But of course, to give you just a highlight of a few of those things, we are going to be wrapping it up here today and be jumping in towards our daily highlights. So be sure to join. All right, well, there's no daily highlights going to be here today, sadly. All right. But anyway, we are going to be saying goodnight for now. We're going to be leaving you in the capable hands of Professor Tarzan and Highland Wolf back again on Thursday to take you into the first day of the final super weekend. So yeah, it is going to be pretty hot and spicy, expecting quite a bit to come from that. But I hope you guys enjoyed today as much as we did, and we look forward to seeing you back on the super weekend. So have a fantastic evening, fantastic rest of your week, and stay safe. See you back again on Thursday.